Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the afternoon edition of Florida versus Ashley Benefield. What's up, Allie?
Hey guys. So I was trying to figure out to do like a hashtag. Is it Ashley Benefield trial, Black Swan, ballerina murder? Like,
So I did hashtag Ashley Benefield. I think, and I also did Black Swan trial. That was on my own. I think Law and Crime, or at least Kathy Rousson, was using. I thought she was using like ballerina or something. It looks like she's just using hashtag Ashley Benefield. So you're good if you use that. Oh, she used yesterday ballerina murder trial, but I think just Ashley Benefield will do it. Welcome back in, everybody. Make sure you hit that like on the way in. We are here for the afternoon sesh, as Bob labeled it. They should be back in about 7 minutes.
I got it up. So when you guys got off, I told Bob, I was like, this case is really hard for me, and especially hard because you also have to be conscious and sympathetic to people in the chat and people watching that, have been in abusive relationships. And, so like we're talking privately and he's like, well, so I just said to him, this is really hard for me. So when I said that, he was like, yeah, but you're thinking of, and like, he says the case that we have that, like the two cases that I've been thinking of in relation to this are the two things that he says right away, because we've had one where, and these are actually both family law cases that were Bob's, that then I've had to hop in and help, for some stuff for, and one that was actually criminal and family, but where the husband was like super charismatic, always seemed nice, like he was a complete and total narcissist, controlling freak who, for everybody else, they can't picture that person being what she's describing. So there's always that, and that was like an extreme example of that, where he was very underspoken. He seemed very he just from all appearances a great father and fine human being. But I knew otherwise,
Right.
and then we had this other one where like it's like, is he crazy or is she crazy? But she used to do this thing, okay? Every time she came into court, she would like look like this. And she'd like and look down and look like a beaten puppy. And
Jeez.
I used to say to him all the time, I was like, is this the way she actually looks like when she's not in the courtroom? He's like, I have never seen her look like that, in my life. And like one time we're in court and we like switched judges, and we had this female judge who's like, I can sort of relate to her. Like she's more, like just kind of calling it as she see it kind of person. So she said to her, like, what are you doing? Can you like stop doing whatever you're doing and look up? She was like, oh, I wasn't doing anything. She was like, oh, I thought you were looking at your phone, because she was sitting there like, I'm doing like this with my hands and like literally trying to look like a beaten person. And
Jeez.
she made up report after report to see. She did the same shit. She tried everything to keep him from getting custody, visitation time with the kids. False police reports, false reports to CPS, saying that and then she like literally put the kids through so much. They had all of these sexual assault and like interviews with police, and they had to go to counseling, and like, and then it just kept going. And every time we would get to the point where a judge said, all right, he's getting visitation, the next day she would, or the first time they came home, she'd make a new allegation. And then they
Wow.
both went in and got their mental health evaluations. The same thing you guys were talking about before, where it's like a custody evaluation that involves a mental health evaluation. And they both came back like exactly what you would think. Like hers came back that she was like controlling and had a higher sense of morality and was like basically a drama queen, like nutso. Um, and his came back like that he could be, um, like he's defiant in the face of authority. Like he was the type, so he wasn't like a soft spoken kind of guy, like this other, like the other guy was. Um, and we've just seen kind of like both sides of it. And I went to the judge and I was like, Your Honor, she needs to lose her rights to take, like, I felt like I was the only one so outraged that this woman kept taking her kids and putting them through that, when literally the kids said every single time, nothing ever happened, my father never touched me, you know but it started when they were really young. It wasn't till they got a little bit older that they were like able to be, when new allegations came, more concrete and direct, like that didn't happen. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
And like I'm not watching the thread but stream, but you are, right?
I am. Yeah, you might want to pull it up there.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
She just came
How
in.
come I'm not hearing it though? Is it still muted?
Let
I'll
me
share
see.
it. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't hear anything either on my
Okay.
end, so I think you're okay.
Share the screen. Share
So
screen.
Judge Jim Gaffigan is looking at the court, but they haven't started yet, folks. They should be starting any second now. There it is.
All right. Do I need to do? Wait. Why does it have that? What?
You got to make it full screen.
I did.
Maybe scroll.
Why is it? Wait. Oh, I don't have full screen. I have.
Yeah, all the way to
there.
the right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. There we go. Boom. Oh, he's back. His wife just
Well,
yelled
now
at
he
him.
can. Now he can sit in the gallery. So
His wife screamed at him for that text message. Perhaps she didn't, because it seemed like something was taken out of context, but who knows?
No, he said exactly. He meant
afternoon.
exactly
We are
what it
back on
said.
the record.
I couldn't tell. There wasn't
Played it
enough.
off to her.
To me, there wasn't enough context.
I know,
After
but
our
I think
lunch
he
break.
played it off to her. Like I was just trying to keep conversation going
Right.
because I didn't want this
Mr.
crazy woman to
Taylor, if you would do
disappear.
me a favor,
Right.
that witness list that I used to read to the jury at the beginning, I keep that on my desk. So I know you took it back for your records. If you could burn me a copy, not right now, but probably Wednesday or Thursday,
Of course.
when we're getting close for you to take over, because I do keep track of evidence and witnesses that way.
I'll make arrangements for a copy to be at Your Honor's chambers this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Judge, we'll need the system with Mr. Sant, please.
All right.
I don't know if you are, I'm sorry.
Jeez,
Is it going to be audio and video?
Just an I will.
The 911 call. Yes, ma'am.
These are, I don't know if you want me to give these, those are for
Me.
the jury. If you'll double check that there's 9 there, sir.
Okay.
And then this is one for you.
Thank you.
And we give one to the court reporter.
My phone died. I don't even know how that happened. I went up. That's how I ended up back in the room with Bob. I was charging it.
The only explanation, Allie, is a butt. It was a butt block.
For me.
Butt block and delete. You guys said I deleted something too.
Yeah.
What did the message I delete say? Do you know? Maybe
Yes,
maybe-
it was just like responding to someone's, like someone said something and she was like, "Oh my God," or something like that. It was just like
I don't even remember reading that.
innocuous kind of.
Judge, I just want to test this. It works.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks, guys. Dizzy said.
What is the address in there?
Why? What did we do to Dizzy now?
No, she said the comment was "Thanks, guys," that you deleted.
Oh.
Do you want these ones, or do you have them already? The edited recording and the transcript, do you want them, or you don't have to? It's the jury instructions, sorry, on 2.2, and I think we would need 2.2 and 2.
2.6.
Yes, sir.
I haven't done it.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I am informed,
And the,
doing my best to try to keep up with
Oh, my view is different now.
kind of
I don't
misled
see
the
where
court
they're
on the foot
starred
to some
like I used
extent.
to.
They actually filed an
See
amended
what?
defense witness
Oh.
list. That copy goes to the chamber.
All right.
And I didn't think there was anything significant that was either on there or removed that would change.
All right. Hope not.
He was connected earlier to switch it up.
Oh, we need to switch. You were connected earlier. Is there a thing to switch it to this port? Okay, thank you. Couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. There we go. Let me just make sure the audio works.
She just came over.
So this is the neighbor.
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
She ran to the neighbor's house after it went down.
So we don't.
The
need to
defendant
vote
is
over
not
it.
in custody. Not in custody.
No, it's just audio. Oh, all right. Mark it down. All right, Stady, you ready to call them in?
Yes. Do you want him in now or when the jury comes in?
no,
No, the jury.
Oh, the jury. yes.
I apologize,
thought
it
you
wasn't a
meant
good
the witness.
question.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, you ready for me to call the jury in?
Ready.
Also, I have been handed a stack of transcripts for the 911 call by John Sant. And it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines.
So while they're discussing that, wait, no, it's not what I do. I'm going to turn off the sound for a sec because I want to tell the rest of the story, and then well, and then once they all stand up, I'll undo the sound. So in that situation I was telling you guys about, where the mom was taking the kids to get sex evaluations and taking her to the doctor, damn it, repeatedly.
You can keep going. Go ahead.
They ultimately found that if they gave them each parenting time, and but if mom did it again, if she made a report again, that he was going to get all the parenting time. So it was like they actually did decide she was making shit up, like there was no doubt.
Deliberations, talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about.
No.
Everybody says no. Where we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So state, call your next witness.
State calls John Sant.
Wait, did we hear the 911 call, or they stopped it?
No. I think the witness is gonna be putting it on. Like I think they were just testing it beforehand.
Oh, okay. Oh, the Spitfire Dragon asked the same thing. So yeah, Jay's clarifying that they were just testing to make sure all their technology was working, so that they had it ready when this witness is going to lay the foundation for it. I wonder if it's the same witness that saw him stalking outside of her room. When the stalking outside of the house and the stuff on the car, that is obviously very telling. That's not, her just making stuff up. And if I hadn't heard what that judge said, I probably wouldn't be as skeptical as I am.
My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. I've been told, sir, that you may need
That
some
judge being the
assisted
court judge,
listening
we listened to
devices.
on that.
All right. Here's a pair that you can use.
Put that on. Just keep this facing forward. You should be good.
As you see, might have to turn it around the other way. Yes, sir. I think that'll work better.
They would need to let. Oh, where I was trying to get to a different one. Where'd it go?
And the deputy will show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? Too loud?
If a witness
Sorry about
recognized,
that.
if a juror recognized a witness, they'd have to let the deputy know, and they'd have to bring in a different. They'd have to let him off the jury.
All right, sir. Does that help?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
I
fine.
apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right. It's okay.
Sir, my
Mom.
name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that seat. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, and we'll be able to hear everything.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Please state your name.
John William Sant Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
Sant,
Where do you live?
in 11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers?
I did.
Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No,
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
she did.
About how old was the child last time you were together?
At the house, in the neighborhood,
When they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
it was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light
Maybe
out, dark
she's a
out?
white woman.
It was still
I'll
light,
say
but
more
it
about
was
that, but
probably
that's
early
my
evening. It was between football games.
No
Okay,
criminal
so it was
record,
between
blah,
the
blah,
football
blah.
games on a
And a white
Sunday?
woman
Right.
doesn't
All
care.
right. Still light out. What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning.
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door and kind of startled me, but it was, it was,
I have to say, I appreciate that this prosecutor is so direct. She's not going, how long do you know him? What did you do for a living? Where are you? Like, we're not getting all this unnecessary background on witnesses we don't need it on.
loud.
Allie?
And I went,
Yeah. Yeah. Did you say something, Jay?
No, I just said you mean not like Lally. Sorry.
Oh, right. Sorry. I thought you said Allie. So I was like, oh, yeah. Did you need me?
No.
All right. We're back, guys.
and I looked out through the little window, and there wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side and didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there, and I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. Nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right,
We're
Yeah,
not.
if we can get you to scoot up a little bit. There you go.
sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so the pounding started again.
The pounding started for the second time, yes.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion and that. So I went back into my room, went into my closet, and I pulled my weapon out.
Okay. And you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay. So
It's
you had your own
helpful.
firearm.
People do when they feel
Yes, ma'am.
scared. It kind of helps
You
her
pulled that out,
In
and
a
what
way.
did you do?
I
unspoken
then came
way.
from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
What
And
did
look-
you,
And I looked out again. And then that's when I saw I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
okay. So you saw a leg, you think someone was sitting.
Well, they were sitting.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know
Recognize the
who it
leg,
was
huh?
when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes,
And who was it?
it was Ashley.
Okay. And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor now.
Stipulate that it's Miss Benefield, Your Honor.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
Okay. And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? He said, Doug. He attacked me and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually,
Where was that weapon?
it was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it, where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in. And I moved to the left to let her in, and that's when I noticed it lying there on the ground.
Okay. And what was it?
It was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house, and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It's on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, where's your mother in Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter.
Yes,
Okay. And she said at the park.
at the park.
And at some point during this conversation, when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay.
What tapes? What's he talking
Did you
about?
call 911?
I
I
did
don't know.
Oh, maybe on the because
Have you
911
listened to the
recording
911 call?
before they.
many times.
Okay.
That's where she heard the.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You can take a look at this. What is this?
I don't know, it's a disc, I guess.
It's a
Oh,
disc.
okay, good, yeah.
The 911 call.
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? Do you
Yeah.
remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No. It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own
Okay.
voice.
The state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
That we received?
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last coherent amount of any words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, you are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
Okay,
go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to Sheriff's Dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant. KNT. I live next to
Office Dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband.
Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay?
Okay.
Which screen is this for?
The 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here. Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the police?
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this,
The
whatever
deputies are
happened.
running it.
Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know.
No, after he said that,
know.
I'd go out
Come on,
there to
sit
make
down.
sure that
Sit down. I know.
didn't walk in on that.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Or the police are going to want to know, probably. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no... Well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before
The
they get back in the park.
deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. I want to. So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know what that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into the, is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? On the left.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have Deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
I know. I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you
The
want?
sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah.
What
They
do
just
you want
pulled
us
up to
to
the other
do?
address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay.
They want to capture anything that's said. They don't want to lose that.
Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just become, you know, they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and okay.
Because the transcript,
I know.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad geez, we got to get a hold of don't go out until the police officer comes and look.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here. Mm-hmm. I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside. Mm-hmm. Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. Okay. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at an officer right now. Okay. Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. Neither one of them are moving.
Yeah. I'll let you know when it's time when to come out, okay?
Okay. Hey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my... Okay, just calm down.
Okay. Now, the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay?
You want her to go out,
Yes, they want her to come out with not
out of my house?
Yes.
Does she know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, so you're gonna have
And
to go out, okay?
and they want you to stay inside.
Now,
Okay.
let's put your hands where you can see them, okay? All right? Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see them anywhere. She sure isn't her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female
You
only.
stay inside on your hand? I don't see it. Now, are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the, with the flashing. Okay, one of them sees her now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay?
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions, okay?
Okay. Now I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're going to come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make
Okay,
sure.
here they come now. Oh.
All right, folks, just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy.
So the transcripts are not evidence because they want everyone to use their own ears and decide what the words are being spoken. So they give them that to follow along, but that's why the transcript is not evidence, but the recording is. Obviously before any transcript gets tendered to the jury. This is the state's evidence, so they would have created the transcript and they would have run it by the defense, and the defense would have had to, if the defense had some objection or thought there was something not written on there right, they would have let them know that.
You may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No,
Did you see any blood on her?
no,
Did she complain of any injuries?
no.
How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
Not that I know, no.
Okay. And eventually, did the police come to your house?
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
And Mr. Sant,
Yes,
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
that's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
I think we'd all like to have a neighbor like Mr. Sant. What a good guy. I mean, I personally would like no neighbors, but
Mr. Sant,
if I
can
had
you
one.
identify that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house, correct?
Yes, right,
And it's got a red dot on it?
right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Miss Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes,
All right.
your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place. We'll put it on the overhead. Objection, putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you give him some lights for us? Just the.
And I just wanted to say, you can tell from the opening, and for anyone who wasn't here, when Jay and I covered some of the pretrial stuff, the stand your ground hearing, the judge, they played the audio of the judge's ruling in the custody hearing, who just railed on how she didn't believe a word Ashley said, that Ashley could turn on the fireworks. I mean, she really went. And I was like, this is so highly prejudicial. There's no way he's going to let it in, even though I can see that there's parts of it that would be important to the prosecution's case. And, like I keep saying, like, that is just so stuck in my mind. It just speaks to how insanely prejudicial it would have been for the jury to have been able to hear that judge opinion as to the veracity of her statements, her emotions, all the things and all the stuff.
The jury in the presentation about it.
So you can tell that's out because she didn't mention it in the opening.
Is
She
this
just said the judge
just a
said no.
demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir. Okay, so Mr. Sant, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or this?
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. Your chair should swing around.
Oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it?
Yes,
That's Ashley's house,
yes,
and your house is immediately to the left, correct?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
And again, I took that
Don't move that
judge's
mouse.
stuff. I don't trust her judgment because of her comments
I'd like
about
to move that into evidence, Your
shooting
Honor, as
incident.
defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, it was a demonstrative aid up until Mr.
So
Sant.
admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
There he is.
What's up?
Hey, so babe,
There he goes.
can you pull it up and take the screen? Because I'm gonna have to hop off and get to work, and I don't want to interrupt. So,
He just ghosted you, by the way.
oh, he left.
I mean, his camera's there, but he might. There he is again. And he's
Hi,
muted.
I'm back.
Hi. So I wanted you to take over the stream because I'm gonna hop off soon. But
Are you current?
yes, well, just
I don't know.
all right. I'll let it play. You just get ready.
Okay.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes,
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you said she was stuttering and shaking.
yes,
Pretty hysterical.
yeah, yes,
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
first thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry, yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck between the slide, front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the
Agreed.
gun that
Right.
cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled. It
Okay.
wasn't held far, and it didn't eject it far
Yeah.
enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Objection,
Said
foundation.
mishandled or
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
both of these
And
particular
when you
men are
say by
slow
held
speakers.
properly, meaning held too loosely,
Yes.
no further questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
All right, pull it off,
I'm just gonna make sure before I,
Just make yourself covered.
Inquire.
Yes. Deputy Thomas Burley,
Here, I've
B-A-U-R-L-E.
got it queued up
Burley, I
for the
said it
beginning
wrong, I
of this
apologize.
witness.
oh, okay, good.
And I'll throw it up there. Okay.
And then before I get off, I just wanted to comment because I was telling them, babe, the story of that one case, the two cases we talked about, you and I.
Yeah.
So I made that like very argument that like that it's like essentially child abuse doing that to the kids and how traumatizing it was, and that I just didn't think it was going to stop if there was literally no way to rein this woman in. And I guess that the decision was the custody evaluator who did the psych eval and made the recommendations and saying if she does that again, she's kind of losing that. It's going to shift over to the dad's control is what they're hoping is going to keep her from doing it again. And then I've got real work to do, but I love you all. And
Thanks, Allie.
Yep.
Thanks, babe.
I'll be
Good luck in
watching in the
court.
background. All right.
Lurking. We call that lurking.
I'll be lurking.
I'll be lurking. All right, cool. Lurker. All right. What'd I miss? So that was the neighbor.
very, very kind neighbor who called 911 after she came over, after she alleges she was attacked, and just an all around stand
Nice
up
guy.
gentleman. Yeah.
Did you get any kind of sense from him one way or another, whether or not, like, did he think that she was genuinely upset? Did he feel like, did they get into that really? Or
I don't think so. I will say this. She was like, some people that I saw, there's some in the chat, there was some dispute whether she was crying on the stand. She as a witness, she was like crying a little bit, and some people thought it looked fake, some people thought it looked genuine. So, and also there was some question as kind of hearing her in the background whether she sounded real or genuine. So there's definitely going to be this is going to be open to interpretation, and it's all about listening to these witnesses and seeing what they say.
no doubt. Well, so I was with Law and Crime yesterday, and we were covering some of this, but just kind of talking about the case. And we played a portion of what I just missed, which I'm assuming they played the 911 call, right?
Yep.
And, we were talking about, I'm like, there's two ways to argue it. There's either that's incredibly devious and brilliant for her, instead of her making the call to 911, she runs over thinking, okay, because we all know how we're listening to 911 calls when it's and it turns out to be the defendant we're listening to make the call, and we're all judging and trying to figure out, oh, they're full of shit. Oh, that's fake crying. Oh, you could hear it in their. So like, and she's probably aware of that, like the rest of her. So kind of going to the neighbor, prepping yourself to, and this is if she's the plotting murderess, not the victim of domestic abuse, battered spouse type thing. So like, but that would be a move, right? To go over, I'm going to have my neighbor call, I'll be in the background crying, sounding upset, so it kind of plays both ways. I'm really interested in this case. I'm going to be really interested to see the ME's report, like, because I still don't know how many times he was shot. I don't know where he was shot. It sounds like when she left the house that he was still alive, right?
I don't know the answer to that. I do think Tracy said 4 times. I could be wrong, but we'll have to wait for the.
Okay, let's see what this the sheriff has to say. Can you guys hear it?
No.
No hearing?
Do you have the volume on? No, you have the volume off, Bob. You have the.
Oh, okay. Sorry, just kidding.
How long have
All
you
right.
been so employed?
All right.
Going on
There we
23
go. Now we
years.
can hear it.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
2 times.
Patrol.
2 times.
And
Tracy says.
what are your daily duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
It'd be a law enforcement academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered through the sheriff's office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our county's, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
else?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
It's dependent on the situation. Sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum a few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's an adjacent. That's North 70. It's
Oh,
an
I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone. I would guess probably 15 minutes.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then?
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you there, you think, by yourself?
With a minute, maybe.
And once the additional deputies arrive, what happens?
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland, which that was his zone. Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Vreeland told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or have
No,
any?
ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact?
Seemed to be intact, yes.
Thank you. Was she saying anything when she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would...
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
Oh boy, we've got an approachal. Ashley's listening very, very diligently to the approachal. And I know what we should do. I think
we got a sidebar.
Yeah, we got a little bit of. Oh yeah,
What did I miss? What was the what happened?
It's hard to know. They're kind of bringing up when he gets there, he takes Ashley into custody and puts her in his vehicle. I don't know. It sounds like he's trying to get into like kind of an area where I don't know. Like he didn't give a basis for his objection, but defense counsel objected when he was starting to kind of get into the story of him putting her into the vehicle. So we don't know yet.
Does anyone know?
I am real time, so we're not going to be able to boop. No booping.
And I think I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 call?
Correct. Directly next door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van, I believe it was a U-Haul, in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door was
Yes.
up. Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first, I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs you left with Deputy Vreeland?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I
Were
went straight to
you
my patrol car.
meant to be hiding? Sorry.
Yeah, I was hiding behind the
Proceeded to get
comments.
inside my patrol car.
You can't hide behind your comments, bro.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
I was that's why I took it off. I'm like, oh, he can't see.
I was having so much fun hiding behind the comments.
At some point, did you ask, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Benefield to make sure
Yes,
she was
ma'am.
okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some direction?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with
And that's the
detectives.
one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Once you got there, what did you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe was Detective Justin Warren was there, and I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
And did you conduct any further investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
Cross?
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Miss Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it?
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Brawl, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
UCC, the only coffee in a can that I drink with milk since 1969.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Looks
Can
like
we
I'm
get a
drinking from
sponsorship?
a soup can.
Where you at,
I have a
UCC?
copy as well.
My last one. So UCC, hit me up.
Hey, listen, in law school, that was uniform commercial code. So when people are like, oh, Jay needs the UCC, I'm like, that topic in contracts was the most dreaded topic of all. It was so incredibly boring. But that coffee, spectacular.
Delicious.
And hello, Mr. and Mrs. UCC people that control sponsorships. How about throw one this way? Throw one. My boy drinks it legit. He loves it.
I Googled and wrote a message in Japanese to the Twitter account of UCC. It didn't work, but I did do it.
It didn't work yet. You just hold on to your horses. We'll get them. Low and Sant, man, they've already sent me a contract. We're going to be selling mustard, bro. Let's go. Mustard time. Mustard and coffee. That's what we're all about here.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
See, Maya knows.
Okay. So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you. You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Reeling bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
Oh, Jay, you missed, oh, he's gone.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing.
Oh,
Did you
yeah,
write a
working and
report that
lurking.
reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in police academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7th, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door
Hey,
to
Maya.
the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Thank you so much, Maya. Such an awesome supporter. As Bob hides behind the comment from Maya.
I love it. This was like, I
Let
was
me
trying to
pass
change
this
the picture.
to
I
you,
like, I love
before I
hiding
see
behind
it.
comments.
It refreshes
He's
your
that dude
recollection.
that
Feel
one
free to
cartoon,
peruse
it's
it.
just like nose hanging over the wall and his hands. The famous, like, you've seen
What?
it. Ah, dude, somebody's gonna know. It's like it's a cartoon, but it's not really a cartoon. It's all you can see is his fingerprints. There's a brick wall, and like his nose is hanging over. Come on, Jay.
I have
better.
no idea.
Listen. You ever use both of these?
I
Both
use
of
both
these
of
nuts.
these nuts. all
Both
the
of these
time.
nuts.
All
Both
the
of
time.
these. Now y'all know. You're welcome. Oh, I was wondering what you were
I
saying.
don't
I thought you
recall
were
this
just
one, sir.
thanking Maya for being amazing in general. I didn't see this wonderful gift.
Is that your
It's
name?
got my name on it,
Oh,
Okay.
but I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's a
No, I don't doubt it's mine.
report that was authored by you?
You know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you'll go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently
Sure.
ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an
It's
earlier.
possible.
Let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So with the court's permission, if that memorializes
do work, Blair. Do work.
your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I
Good looking
No.
out, Maya.
think I can answer questions related to
Uh-oh. It's time for the headphones. All right. You know what that means, Jay. It is time for some shots. Let's go. Let's get some shots. What? Why is that sucker so hard to find? Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Did you see this comment? I love it from Mallow says, I had an 8-year-old ask me if I like Aldi's. Aldi's nuts. I will be using that. Thank you, 8-year-old, because I will be using it. Right in my wheelhouse.
Stealing that one.
An 8-year-old
Stealing it.
humor. Right in my wheelhouse.
Stealing that one. No
Aldi's
question
nuts.
about it. It's almost better than Bofa.
Yeah,
Both
it
of
is.
these.
It is.
Both
I
of
love
these.
it.
Both of these. Aldi's. Mom, do you like to shop at Aldi's? Aldi's. Aldi's nuts. Hey. That's a good one. That is a good one. That is in the lexicon. It's committed to memory now. I don't know.
Yes, Taryn, do it.
Can I bloop? Is there any blooping? Bloop, bloop, bloop,
By the way, Taryn, hope Bailey is feeling better from his COVID the last week,
Yeah.
I believe it was.
Yeah, I hope so too. That rash, though. I mean, is that the new thing? Is that the new?
Yeah, he uses Bofa now. That's awesome, Taryn.
Both of these nuts. Yeah. There's your jingle. Amy was like, hey, you need a jingle. Well, you tell your sister I just did the both of these nuts.
There it is.
There it is. Oh, he's ready. He's ready for action.
Identify the deputy.
This deputy seems like a very nice guy.
It identifies me.
Now,
Kilroy.
what I'd like to ask you, Deputy.
Hammy nose.
Is
Hammy
who the
nose.
complainant was.
Kilroy,
That's
that's the
another
dude.
piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay, so let me,
Sustained.
Can always count on our
what was the
chat.
objection, Your Honor? I'm
Always count
sorry.
on our chat.
Lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include the information that we just discussed, the nature of the call and who the complainant was?
Yes.
All right. Now, without leaving it to your memory,
Okay, if you could approach, please.
Another approachal.
Oh my God. Are you serious? I feel like I'm blooped out. All right. Let's see what we got blooping wise. Let's see what's built up in the bloop bank.
Not much, I see.
Bloop bank.
Not much, I see.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, pretty good. We had one bloop left on us, Jay.
There we
In the
go.
Bloop bank. Little bloopers.
in the usual course of events, Deputy Burrow, when you enter information into an incident report, is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry.
In the usual course of events, when you fill out an incident report, is the information fresh in your mind?
Usually, yes.
Okay. And while it's fresh in your mind,
Nailed it.
you place it into the report as to such things as the date and the time and the location, the name of the complainant and the nature of the call.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think you've told us that
Missy
sometimes
knows.
mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that
And the
this
defense did not
particular
object
report
either.
is
for the
that
record.
exception or
Ava being in court.
or not? Do you have any information that leads
Again, I
you?
don't recall that particular call you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
It's a single objection.
Oh, at this point.
Thank you. Would you tell us, Deputy Doral, who the complainant was for that call?
Ashley Benefield.
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here,
Don't read the narrative. Just
Um,
tell us the nature of the
I
call.
have to read through the
Great-
narrative to be able
great
to tell you
question,
because I don't
Pamela.
recall this.
Great question.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a
Correct. Yeah.
general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
And that was at what address?
That would be 11331 White Rock Terrace.
And what was the time of the call?
21:54 hours. So that would be 9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
Oh,
Another
Approach.
sidebar. Another approach.
she's like, I'm out.
I've had enough.
I'm out. Bathroom break, maybe. Potty break. Yeah, Jay, that's a good idea. We'll flip you around when the folks are when the folks are
No, whatever the highlighted comment is, I'll hide under it.
Boop. So what time? Oh, so is Steve in here still? What time are they going live tonight? I am going live tonight early. I am on Court TV from 5 until 6 Central. Actually, they'll probably kick me at 5:50, but I have a live tonight, which I want everyone to be there for tonight, and it's going to be at 6 p.m. Central. I hope that's when I set it for. I'll have to go and check and make sure. Yeah, 6 p.m. Central. Yeah, Jay, I think that I figured out that I had created the afternoon sesh live, and then I went too quickly into YouTube Studio to portal it, and I portaled everybody right back into what we were watching. So it was a portal into where we're already hanging out.
Do that?
So we're on a road to nowhere.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's apparently a thing because I started seeing in the comments Bob's portal, it needs portal training. There's no portaling. We weren't portaled. This is the world's greatest portal. I think this might be. Yeah, so that didn't work.
So Bob, did you see this comment here? Tell the folks who may not be how many hours until that live, just for folks who might be in Europe or
I love that. All right. So currently it is 1:24 Central Time. So we are about 4 hours and 36 minutes away. And that tonight, joining me are two of the amazing hosts of Law and Crime Network. I've got Michael Bryant, who I've been on with many, many, many times, as well as Linda Kenny Bodden, who's amazing. Both great lawyers, both brilliant. Linda's got a war chest of stories. She's unbelievable.
Yeah, she for the folks who follow Publicly Buzzed and Murder Church, who is watching the Phil Spector trial, she's one of the defense counsel, so you'll know her from there.
Exactly.
And obviously as a host now on Law and Crime.
And I think she got a mistrial. Shiraz, Bill. So yeah, Bill and I dipped out. I dipped out when Allie came on in the afternoon sesh. We'll be premiering a Bill episode. It's a shorty because he's got his granddaughter from town. So it's about a 40-minute premiere. So that will be tonight as well. I'm a little concerned about it. There could be some.
So, Deputy Burrow, I have one other
some
question for you about one of your calls. Apparently, you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to 2019, specifically December 8th, 2019. You obviously worked the night shift at 20:55. Suspicious person call in progress at
Oh, are we getting into the case where he allegedly was outside of the
11332 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton?
Is this where he was creeping?
Do you recall that?
like it.
No, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
No, he doesn't remember.
Redirect?
Yes, Judge. I don't have anything, Judge. Thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, she can be.
Keep him, all right. Sir, you're released from your subpoena, you're free to go.
Wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We may need to recall.
Sir, you are not released from your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys, or any other witness or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony.
Now I have rules just when I thought I was out.
I know. I was just thinking that. He was like, "Yes, I'm out," and then he's like, "No."
Stay with John Jones. I think.
Watch things, listen to things. Now I have rules.
Oh, and Judge, I will need the system for this one,
Ooh, we need the system.
please.
The system, folks. We need the system.
What's that noise?
I think it's the screen. They're pulling down like they have like a strong screen.
Whoa, Nanu.
Why is he doing that?
Hello? Hello? Is that his secret sign? Nanu.
Live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper.
My name is Judge Ryder,
Nanu.
presiding over the case. Just
No
make
matter
yourself
which way you
comfortable
go
in that
about it.
chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone and adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you're speaking a loud, clear voice, we'll be able to hear
That's what
everything.
that sounded
We hear you
like.
breathing, you know you're
Yes,
too close.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
That's exactly
Yes,
what
ma'am.
that sounded like. That
Good afternoon.
sounded like
Good
a
afternoon.
sonogram.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John Jones, Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
Or both.
since
Or both,
September of
North and
2014.
And what are your current duties at the sheriff's office?
I am a property detective currently.
Guy looks like a
And does
barrel
that
of fun
mean you
too.
investigate property crimes?
Yes.
Okay. And back
I'm
in
a
September of
property
2020,
detective.
were you in that
Sure.
same unit or a different unit?
Different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated.
All right, listen. I don't know if Shan's is still here, but she will be the first to notice that this gentleman needs to go one up on his collar size. He is struggle bussing to get that collar, that top button buttoned. It is nearly choking him out. We'll see if he survives the testimony. Let's watch.
The circumstance respond to same.
And when you, what kind of education did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Went through the basic law enforcement academy in Valencia and Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And do you take some on providing first responder aid as a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you does VCTF have a zone, or are they in the whole county?
They're a countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020, did you respond to a call on White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injuries, I do believe.
And does the nature of the call affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you respond to this call?
Lights and sirens.
Yeah, exactly.
activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not very long.
Where you were close in the area?
I was at State Road 64 and Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when it came out.
And what kind of area is this where this home is?
Residential
Like a subdivision?
subdivision, yes.
And when you arrived, were other law enforcement officers already on scene?
Sporting.
several or just a few?
A few.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
I was asked to ensure nobody come out of the back of the residence,
And,
and nobody came out of the back of the residence.
okay. And after that, what did you do?
I went to the front of the residence to clear the house to ensure there was no person inside the house.
And was that the same house or was the back of the residence the neighboring house?
Back of the residence was the neighboring house.
So you started at the back of the house next door to the one where you eventually entered?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Can't recall.
That's fine. And do you recall how you entered that house?
Yes, through the front door of
Thank
the
you.
residence.
And what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
And where was he?
He was in a bedroom.
And was he standing up or?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg. There was blood under his right leg.
And was this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
It looked like it was empty.
And based on that room and the other rooms, did it appear someone was either moving in or out of that home?
Yes, it did.
And you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 2 and 3. You take a look and tell me if you recognize those items.
Yes.
I'm just going to leave them for 1 second. Other than, how do you recognize them?
This is the shirt that the defendant or a victim was wearing.
And that's states 2, and as to states 3.
These are the shorts the victim was wearing.
And other than having been repackaged for trial, do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection.
Received.
And, Checker, I'm just gonna hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt the victim you found was wearing.
Yes.
And it appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it.
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
To check for injuries.
And then this is states 3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
Likely by emergency medical services.
Is that normal for EMS to have to remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states 3, can you look at them and tell me what the size is?
Men's 30.
Thank you. And as to the shirt in states 2, can you look at that and tell me what the size is?
My glasses. Hold on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir.
Interesting. They don't use the brown paper bags for evidence. Almost every trial we've watched, separate from, I know, obviously Karen Reed, but that was at the scene.
Other
Afterward, it's almost always
cutting his shirt.
brown
Well, let me
paper
ask you
bags.
this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
Began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside when you're doing compressions.
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
EMS arrived on scene.
And were they very far behind you when you arrived?
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some photos of the scene as you found it?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those photos?
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
and are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while you attempted to do aid?
Yes.
And did they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 18, 19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
Are we sure this
No
man
objection.
isn't a robot? Is he
States
a robot?
18, 19, and 20 will be received.
Detective,
So
I'm
when
going
you
to.
say publish, you mean up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get the long screen.
Detective, I'm going to show you right. Let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. That's like a red button in case you need it. It's a dot. I'm going to show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse after the AED has been placed.
And that's you on the right. That's your head.
Yes, sir.
And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
It's a defibrillator.
And that is that the stickers we see on his body?
Yes, those pads.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 19.
States 19.
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw.
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found when you found him? Is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the right top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
It appears that it's a mattress stood up against the wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything, did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Cross?
Couple brief questions. Deputy Jones, afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Benefield?
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Or any other deputies in contact with Mr. Benefield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Benefield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies?
EMS.
And the EMS? EMS?
Just EMS.
Just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect.
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Sir, you're released to your robot pod. Go charge yourself up for
right,
further use.
I should have
He
asked.
survived. He survived that collar being buttoned.
The jury will recall you.
What, 18, 19, and 20?
Sure, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked.
As I said, members of the jury, just take each of these items, take a look at the first one, pass it on. These will go back with you in the jury room during your deliberations. You'll have as long as you want to analyze and look at
Bob,
them.
did you see how they packaged their evidence? It was interesting.
No, I'm trying to deal with a travel softball tryout for
Oh,
Scarlet.
take care of it. I got it. Take care of it. Thanks for being here, everyone. If you haven't already hit that like, if you could please hit it. We appreciate it. If you're new to this channel, tomorrow we'll be on my channel. Starting at, what time did we start today? 8:45 Eastern. By the way, check out the awesome new
Announce your next witness, please.
The state would call Detective Tyler Ackerman.
shot glass emoji that Tracy made. My channel has just been shared at the Shaming of Jay. 8:45 tomorrow. We switch each day. We appreciate you all being here. This guy decided to not wear a tie.
Yeah. Casual man.
Casual detective. I think they were.
I'm the casual detective. Hello. My name is John, but my friends call me Johnny
As the
Cash.
deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. So just, yeah, there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, Ackerman.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Nancy County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
Just about 9.5 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a
put
violent
it on the
crimes
screen.
task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your daily activities as a violent crimes task force detective?
What area?
What do you do at your?
Oh, okay. So we'll go out to assist patrol with calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that nature. And then we'll also assist other detectives with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to police academy, which is a full term for 6 months. And then after that, there's additional training that we receive at the agency to include in-service training, about a 3-month program that'll get us ready for the road, and then a 3.5-month program on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement, before I went back to school to become a police officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the Army,
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I was in the United States Army, sir.
Thank you.
and when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. It was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you, and a member of VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you, are you required to go out to the range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more, because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working a specific shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the entire county as our jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to a White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance, where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe. But I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there a lot of law enforcement on scene?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you tasked with doing?
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that residence to make contact with the neighbor.
And what was your purpose of making contact?
To come have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking at the front of the incident location, it's the first house immediately to the left.
And what happened when you got over there?
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor. And then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form that's two-sided, and it has multiple different agreements that we can have. So if we go to a scene for this particular case, the multi-waiver is something that we collect from the person to get consent to enter and search their house with their permission in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And was Mr. Sant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, I believe he signed it, but I have not seen the multi-waiver in 4 years. So.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview? And I don't want you to tell me what was said between Detective Din and Mr. Sant.
I was there for a portion of the interview, but not the entire thing.
Was something that you heard in the interview, did it cause you to go do something else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
Okay. And did you enter Mr. Sant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you locate the firearm?
Yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front door, as soon as the front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Initially, the first observation was that there was a magazine inside the firearm, appeared to be a semi-automatic black pistol, and the slide, which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially to it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber. But then after that, that was the only observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear, and was that a live round?
When I cleared the firearm, the ammunition that was inside the chamber was an unfired live round that was still able to be fired or appeared to be able to be fired.
And I guess I should ask you, once you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally, the first task is to make it safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm. So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked as state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm?
Yes.
On that day? Your Honor, the state would ask to enter and publish state 17.
Mr. Taylor, is there any objection to the admission of state 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, can I just have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, ma'am.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you,
Anything
Detective.
else from him?
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish state 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on one second. They're publishing state 17.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a boring hot mic. Good point, C-Dub. Bob is, I think, handling some details about Scouts softball. He'll be back. Yeah, I said in the chat, if you didn't miss me saying in the chat, I'm watching her, obviously, Ashley, and some of her reactions, I don't know. I'm keeping an open mind.
You can see the actual exhibit.
Some of her reactions to me are questionable, but what do I know? I've never been
All
a
right,
defendant in a
cross-exam.
trial. Keeping an open mind. See a lot of ladies like this gentleman and his sharp beard. I noticed that in the chat. Not a big fan.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon,
This
sir.
detective.
I think we can agree that your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam, correct?
Might jam, but what was with the firearm was not consistent with a jam, sir. The firearm was just slightly out of battery, which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position,
That's what I
but
want.
what was with the firearm would be consistent with a jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough so that that doesn't happen?
I do, yes.
Okay, that comes with practice.
Yes,
And that comes with knowledge of the firearms.
I would say so.
So if somebody were a neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in.
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which causes something that's called a stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide, so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be, as we discussed,
It could be, sir.
Yeah.
It could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
failure to hold it tightly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Sir? Mr. Taylor? Can the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, they're buzzing through these witnesses, man.
Oh, no, maybe I don't need to. Go ahead.
All right. Yes, you're fine. No, it has nothing to do with you. All right, members of the jury, it's about 3:00, so I think it's a good time to take about 10 or 15 minutes, let you stretch your legs. I'm going to let you go back to the jury room. Please remember, just leave your notes here. Please remember, don't begin discussing the case or anything about it amongst yourselves. You are free to use your phones if you need to send or receive text messages or calls or email. That's just fine. But don't communicate with anyone outside the jury about the case. And please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. And we'll call you back out in just a few minutes after we get a break.
And most importantly, remember, pockets.
What happened? Break?
Pockets. Don't forget your pocket. Yeah, break. Afternoon break, 10 to 15 minutes.
I just gave Penny the
yeah,
treat.
and they ended.
All right, the
they
jury
ended
is
with that
out.
Witness. They're buzzing through witnesses, man.
You all can have a seat. Thank you. Also, the transcripts that were used, I'm going to take one as an exemplar and just note that this is what was handed out to the jury. All right. 10 minutes, 15 at the latest.
Yes,
All right. Stretch, move around.
Stretch. Stretch.
All right. We'll be off the record. till then.
Stretch. That was Hawk Harrelson's home run call. It was a shot. Wasn't clearly out of the park. You know, could get, like stretch. He got that from golf. That was his golf game. That's what he used to say when he'd putt.
Oh.
Like it was just a little bit short. Stretch. He was the best. People either loved him or hated him. I loved him.
Sarah, I didn't tell my story, and I can tell it now.
Jay, tell your story.
So,
It's
Bob, you know, we were
story time.
talking about how I was talking about like on TikTok how like I now have like this creator program where I can like talk things, and I've only had one thing that I've done because I'm only doing it if they send me a free sample. I'm not paying for their shit to then promote it. So we talked about I got a sound machine and I put my second one in. And they said they were going to do it, and it was for sunglasses. So I'm like, I'm excited to get these sunglasses. I get them. I put them on. I'm all excited. I go to Babe. I'm like, check out these glasses. These are awesome. I love them. She's like, I don't know. And I go, and I'm like, what? She's like, they're not you. And I'm like, I like them. She's like, I like them, and they're fashionable. And I'm like, so the assumption is like, I'm not a fashionable guy. So of course I have them here, folks. So who's ready to see that? You're going to see.
Oh, I am big time. Big time.
And if you see the TikTok, please just like and comment it. Give it. I get like a commission. You don't even have to buy it, but like if it gets, I have to figure out. I haven't decided how to make the TikTok yet.
So,
But
dude,
here we.
like I haven't done any of those yet. I got like.
Are you part of the
I'm in the
program,
market.
though?
Yeah, but I haven't done any of them.
Are they sending you like invites?
Yeah, people are like, but it seems like it's a bunch of jewelry. I'm like, dude, I'm a guy.
Well, I get other stuff too. Like I've gotten like, but no one sent me free shit other than that sound machine. I've got like, have you ever seen those things that people like kids use that they put in the ceiling? Like those. I mean, I've got a ton of shit. Make sure you look through them. You might have some good stuff. But
All right, I'll check.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh my God!
Babe
so
says she
excited.
didn't
Wait,
mean it like
come
that.
off camera. Go off camera.
Yes, that's
put
a good
them on,
idea.
and then, yeah, let's have a big reveal here, dude. Oh, this is so exciting. I don't know about y'all. I'm super excited. I hope they're hilariously bad on Jay. Look, we all know Shan's knows. Shan's knows.
Do you have a drum? Do we have a drum roll sound?
Okay, hold on.
All right. Here we go. Do these awesome glasses. Come on. These are great. Look at these things.
Oh,
who doesn't want a pair of these bad boys?
They've got purple lenses.
Yes.
I mean, I don't hate them.
Come on.
I don't hate them.
Thank you.
I don't hate them. I think let's here move the mic so I can see your full face for a second. Yeah, dude. What? Shans. Why you're giving your man a complex by telling him he can't pull that shit off? He can definitely pull those off. Yes. So are they cool? Are they polarized lenses? Is it purple? Is the world purple when you look through them?
No, they're just regular.
Oh, because like for us, they look like purple lenses.
No, yeah, the outside is like mirror, which I
Yeah.
like. I don't want people seeing my eyes. I don't want them to know what I'm thinking and look at,
I
Well,
mean,
am I
you
going to a
definitely
rave?
look like
No.
You could be visually impaired. Like all we need to do is send you a cane, and you can tap around. Oh.
No, I need this. I need this TikTok to go viral so more people will, offer me free shit because that's the only way I'm doing it. And I needed sunglasses. So any hoozle, I will be making a TikTok. If you are on
Did you like
TikTok,
my drum
please-
roll though?
I did. It was a very good drum roll.
Thanks,
Please
buddy.
like and share it or whatever. Comment. No, Amy, I very rarely leave home, but sometimes.
Sometimes Shannon puts a bright light out in the place. At the house, I gotta put my shades on.
Babe is a
Jim
surprise.
McMahon always had to wear shades because he was poked in the eyeball with a fork as a young
Who?
lad.
Who?
Jim McMahon, the great former Bears
really?
quarterback from our only Super Bowl team, Jay. Yeah, he had to wear. At least that was his excuse because they always like, "Why are you wearing shades inside, Punky QB?" He always wears the frog-shaped eye ones, which I am not a fan of. Yeah, I'm with you. I've never liked those frog. I know what she's talking about. They're kind of like
They're thicker on the side. I like them.
yeah. You like those?
I mean, but I've had them for like probably 15 years now. The same pair. So.
I think Shan's has inadvertently become accustomed to frog face, Jay.
I'll go
And,
get the other ones. I'll be right back.
Yeah, let's see. Well, we're gonna have a contest right now and see which one suits Jay's face better. Doobie 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 doo. Hey, Shraz says my drum roll sounded like squirrels fighting. It kind of did, actually. I think if I would have used two fingers like this, it's better, right? With two fingers, I was using too many fingers. I was doing, either way. I think I'm getting better at the drum roll. That's the point. As we progress through this chat. If you're coming in late and wondering why I'm tapping on the table and Jay is putting on sunglasses, court is in a brief recess, the afternoon break, 10 to 15 minutes. So we should be back we're probably 7 minutes in. I don't know if I have any bloops left. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, yep, we're live. So yeah, we still have a little time to go. Let me see it in the chat. What are you guys thinking so far? I mean, the state definitely hasn't proven anything yet. I mean, I guess they're laying out the story here. I'm certainly, the tough thing with a case like this is it's all circumstantial. It's going to have to be, you're going to have to take logical leaps You know, what makes the most sense? And you know, can that ever reach the level of beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't know. It's going to be a tough case. It's a tough, like, these are always tough cases for the state. And then when you factor in this concept that he may have been an abusive person to her, you know, it really becomes much more challenging for the state, because I'm assuming she's going to testify. I don't like, it's very, very rare in a self-defense type defense that you don't have the defendant come on and say, this is what I was feeling, because it's, yeah, Amy, I'd have to have her take the stand. I don't know how you're convincing a jury that she reasonably thought that she was about to either be killed or suffer from, you know, great bodily harm, which is the requirement for self-defense. You have to, your response has to be reasonable under the circumstances. And I don't know how else you get that in when she's the only one that was there, aside from Douglas. So, you know, I just, like, they don't have to prove anything per se. But, you know, with the self-defense type situation, they really do need to prove that she was, you know, reasonable. So let's see. Hey, what's up, tennis girl? Thanks for hanging with us. We're super happy to have you. Yeah, we've had a nice crowd. Hey, you're muted. I think
Hey,
you're
tennis
muted.
girl.
Yeah, I'll put the other ones on.
Well, I have a third pair that I wear sometimes that I've had. These I've had since I worked at Geico. I've had these for probably 15 years. I've not. These are my mains.
I could
These
see
are
you
my
walking
mains.
around like some kind of hard-on, like, adjuster guy.
Hey, you see my serious glasses?
These are my
This all seems
second
like
ones
bullshit here.
that I wear sometimes. These I got for free somewhere. I don't know where. And then
Okay, all right,
my new ones.
all right.
I mean, these are awesome. I don't know where.
I'm new all day. Like, those
Right?
those other two pair can go fuck off. Those new ones, those are the money. Those are the money. Look, the bug eye thing, they got to go. The new, those are the risky business. Those are the old school Ray-Ban type style frame that I always loved. I vote number 3. I'm doing a poll right now.
This is, by the way, I think I'm going to screen grab this whole thing and just make it my commercial on TikTok. Everyone's saying that I should wear
I
these.
mean, I don't know why you wouldn't.
I think I'm going to. I'm saying new
You should.
ones.
All right,
Steve
I'm
says
putting
put
the
the
poll. All right, so you guys remember the first one here? Put them on real quickly, or just show the crowd one more time. So
right.
One was the OG bug eye shades, right? Those are your oldest pair.
These right here.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go. We're gonna let the crowd decide. Chase fate right now. It's very exciting. All right, hold on. I gotta mute.
Oh, I'll take off the
right there.
headphones. All right.
All right. Okay. So poll.
Can't hear anything, but-
Jay's shades. Okay. Bug eye 1. Okay. Bug eye 2. Or risky business, baby. Risky business. Oh, okay. All right, I was gonna put a your mom joke in there, but we need an actual decision here. So people are just far too tempted to put in the your mama joke as an option. So I'm gonna do it with Bug Eye 1, the OGs, Bug Eye 2, the second pair he showed us, and then risky business. All right, let's go. All right, start voting. Start voting now. Start voting now. We've got 2 votes in. Risky business is running away with it. 100%. Risky business still. Oh, whoa. Shannon came in and did bug eye too. I know it. Shans, I know it was you. I know it was you, Fredo. You broke my heart. All right, this is exciting. This is exciting. It's a runaway right now. I'm just going to tell you. Oh, Luna's mom, member for 1 month. Laugh out loud. What's most comfortable and does the best? Look at Luna's mom being practical.
She's
Don't
right.
you know? Listen. Billy Crystal said it best all those years ago when he was Fernando. It's better to look good than to feel good. I'm marvelous. I don't have his shit down pat anymore. I used to be able to do a perfect for it. I kind of forget what he sounds like. I'm marvelous. It's better to look good than to feel good. He was something like that. It was somewhere in that neighborhood, Jay. All right. Risky Business is crushing this right now. 102 votes. Shan's about to get outvoted. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, baby.
Oh, the brand, Taryn. Well, you'll have to check out my TikTok
Oh, you got to go check out the tick.
when I make it. But I'll tell you guys.
Yeah, baby. I like it. Marvelous.
Thank you all for confirming that these look good, and Shannon was wrong for hating on
Way
them.
off. Thanks, Lunas. Bob, for the commercial on TikTok, silly. Boop, boop. I like it. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Like Luna was giving you tips for when you do your commercial.
Oh, I
that
got it.
you have to talk about all the benefits of these great new shades of yours. That they work like $1,000,000. They're filtering out all the poisonous sun rays. They're trying to blind you on a daily basis, and they look good. They feel good, and they smell good. They're
They
scratching
do feel
snip.
good, I have to say.
Can you smell things better with them? Like that's a new
little bit,
feature.
just a little bit.
They're kind of like a 4D. It's a 4D situation with those glasses. I think I can actually smell the rain. All right. In case you guys are wondering why we're goofing off here, we are still on a break. Court is still not in session. I see get the like, I don't know. It's not quite a pinwheel, but it's got the spinning little thingy majigger right there. So, Jay, I'm not feeling the state's case thus far, but we're early on. I mean, they're flying through these witnesses. I'm not going to be surprised if we have an earlier day, just because the state hasn't lined up enough witnesses. Because like these crosses are very short. Like who's the Daddy Warbucks? That's who the defense lawyer from Annie, Little Orphan Annie. Defense lawyer's Daddy Warbucks. He's definitely Daddy Warbucks. He's quick. He's real quick on his cross examinations.
Yes.
But I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, if there's not much to cross him on, you don't need to ask questions just to look busy. I mean, if there's no points that you can make, or in the alternative, if you don't think that they've made any points, then why waste anybody's time by asking a bunch of questions that aren't really germane? I mean, the longest thing that we saw really turned out to be a nothing burger, which was the battle over you picked the wrong Benefield. It's like you could have had all this and you went with that. And I don't know what to tell you. That's on you, Ashley. You could have had all this, and that's what you went with. That was the vibe that Daddy Warbucks was trying to throw out there. I don't know if it clicked. If I'm basing it on our chat, I'd say 50-50, maybe. Like I don't think that people were feeling the comment itself, in and of itself, was relating to him saying you picked the wrong dude. You know what I mean? So
right. Shannon always has the final.
Oh, look, he's already capitulating. He's already backing away from it. Shannon always has the final say. We'll see.
Well, she likes these apparently. She was merely surprised what she's saying.
She liked them, just not on your face. Therein lies the problem. She's like, they look great on me.
By the way, Bob, make sure your thing is like spinning for some reason. It just started showing her. It's not ready yet, but just a heads up.
Oh, let me see. Are they back in the courtroom? Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know why yours has got the spinny wheel there.
All right, hold on. I gotta find it. It's buried in one of my thousands and thousands of.
How many tabs approximately do you have open?
Oh, Jay, too many to speak of. All right. I've gotten better at going on my Mac and looking like what I have open currently. Okay, so I'm going to do some blooping. Let's bloop. Let's bloop a little bit.
You could just hit the live button, Bob. That's the key. Just hit the live.
Oh.
The little live thing.
Thanks, Shay.
From the state side, so I was hoping
You're
to
the
get
best.
them done.
Didn't know that was a thing.
Today, if possible, so they don't have to come back tomorrow.
Oh,
We'll see how far
scheduling.
we get.
And just, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we have, some issues with, buyers and with Russell.
Okay. But they're gonna be later.
After the
Yeah.
two crime scene exits.
Well, let's get through the two
Not
crime
a
scene
chance,
texts
Haven.
to guarantee we get through those. And then we'll see where we're at with time, and maybe we get to them today, maybe we don't. We'll do our best, obviously, because I'm with you. I've said before, I prefer to get, if you've got witnesses here, let's get through them. But maybe if we don't get there, that'll give you time to put whatever arguments you want on the record.
Sure.
Just while we're talking about testimony, we have
JP,
8 witnesses
anybody
scheduled for
live
tomorrow.
tweeting?
Depending on what happens today, it could be
Kathy
more.
Russo is the
But,
only
The
person.
last witnesses are a
But I
firearms
don't think
person,
she's like
and
tweeting it.
they're not available until Thursday morning. He's coming from Jacksonville. So I just wanted the court to know, because I know you were, like, if we got done a little bit early, we're not gonna, which I don't think will happen, we're not gonna have him until Thursday morning, but then that would be our last witness if we're on schedule.
All right.
Just so that everybody's aware. I don't wanna have them try to.
So that's a good update for you, though, because you were saying, hey, because you had somebody that's getting a surgery next week, and
We had somebody getting surgery on the 1st, and we have,
people coming in from out of town.
4 out-of-state people, yeah.
So there you go. The state
Yeah.
is just thinking they're going to finish Thursday,
Mhm.
Wow.
Thursday morning.
Wow.
If we're on schedule at the end of the day tomorrow, then we'll have one witness left.
So just FYI.
Yep.
All right. Are you ready to
Wow.
get the jury back in?
Yes.
Kelly Crabb is there for Court TV.
Mr. Taylor, are you ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I like it. I like it. Ooh, super low.
Yeah, that
All
was.
right, everyone quiet, quiet.
You can make it louder, Bob. You can
Wait,
make it
hold on.
louder.
How do I make it louder?
Go up to the sound at the top of the sound effect, the little bar.
All right,
But then
welcome
they're
back.
all
Y'all can
louder.
have a seat. So I had gone up to my office,
Oh, wait.
and when I came back down on this floor, I realized, well, it's cold today.
Oh,
So, again,
Damn,
I
you're good.
apologize. It's set somewhere else, so
no idea that
just keep in mind throughout I see some of you shivering throughout the rest of the trial. Please dress in layers so you're ready for kind of like going on that trip up
I have a
north
feeling
sometime
the
in
air
the
horn's
spring.
going to be violently
Never
loud.
quite
Yeah, you gotta
sure
make it
what
lower
take,
for
so
the other one.
please get prepared. While you were outside, did anybody discuss amongst yourselves anything about this case or begin your deliberations? Did anybody discuss anything about the case with anybody outside of this group? Did anybody do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about?
I'll be back.
All right, everybody says no. When we took that break, the state was in the midst of presenting its case, so they're going to resume from there and call their next witness.
The state would call Megan Dvorak. And Judge, I will need the screen for both of these witnesses, please.
Ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh,
Oh, good afternoon, Judge.
welcome. My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. And adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Megan Dvorak, last name spelled D as in David, V as in Victor, Orack.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene tech,
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to go through some training?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit manager. And he deems it appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, to meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what's the process for taking pictures of someone?
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing as items of evidence. And so we will start by removing an item of clothing. We're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and photographed. So we started doing that.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 30. Will you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly accurately depict Miss Benefield as you photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 21 through 30.
Any objection?
None.
They'll be received.
Thank you. And Mr. Work, you have a laser pointer there. You may have to check if it's on.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to start with states 21. And so if you'll just kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
Sure. This is a front identification picture, as we call them, of the subject that we're photographing, just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 23 will be the opposite side, left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 24. Will you tell me what we're seeing here?
This is a mid-torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
Her shin, just above her shins and down to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you. And states 26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I believe that I observed some redness on her right forearm, and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what are you documenting the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
And you said at some point, or that you did not observe any injuries to her face or head.
Oh,
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left ear?
I did.
And I'm going to show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had.
Hearsay.
I think it's
is it offer for the truth?
No, it's effect on the listener.
All right. Oh,
go ahead.
Her attorney that was in the room advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear. And so I did take it for posterity reasons, photographs of that ear.
Thank you. And then once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her t-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast area, and then more scratches above her right hip.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at Miss Benefield, this would be just under the right breast area, just under the bra line. And
go ahead. And then
right here is the scratch I was referring to.
Thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Fresh? Yes, this would be the side of her right hip.
And I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for asking.
And you said that's
question.
her
That was on
right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Because if they were
Did
like
you
that,
observe any other
they're gonna look
injuries
fresh.
once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
She's telling Master Bates, okay, when we're up and we want to put our pictures up because that's some bullshit. That makes them look very old. Like they look like scars almost to me, like old wounds. So I appreciate the state being honest there and clarifying with their witness that they actually are red. Makes a big difference. I'm looking at them like those don't look fresh, bro. So all right, good to know. I could guarantee you she was getting in the new Mr. Bates, Dr. Bates, Master Bates, telling him, look, get your shit right. Get the pictures up there that we need.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
Do you have anything else for her? I don't have any further questions, Mr. Warwick. Defense may. Thank you.
Not Mike, Jay. Not Mike.
It's always, do you have any more questions? We always hear that.
Yeah.
Do we have anything else for her?
Allie thinks he's a paralegal.
Yeah, I think I think she's right.
Cross?
You didn't miss much, Kai. We basically, this officer took photographs of Ashley post-event.
Your Honor, I think that the monitor did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I don't think the court had any objection before I begin my cross-publishing these two.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Just hand them to the deputy.
Yes.
Can you state for the record which numbers they were?
It would have been 29 and 30, Judge.
29 and 30. Thank you.
While we're waiting here, I went to the car to get my sunglasses. I got this cup, which I got from the Counting Crows concert.
Ooh.
And I want everyone to guess. This is the size, about the same as how much
Wait,
this
that's
cost.
gin and juice?
Yeah, it's a Snoop Dogg. It's gin and juice.
Love
I want anyone to guess at the Counting Crows concert at Jones Beach. If you saw it on Twitter already, how much this little cup costs for my gin and juice that I got. How much people think this costs?
So wait, is that what they consider to be a souvenir cup on top of the drink itself?
Yeah. I mean, I sure as I was keeping it after I spent what I spent on it.
Okay, I consider it to be a souvenir cup. So that being considered, did you get a single or a double? Oh, it's a tumbler. It even comes with it's a shaker.
And a
shaker.
chocolate. And a little
that was $25 out the go. 25. I'm going 25.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Is it deputy or Ms.?
Crime scene, Dvorak or Miss?
And?
Mrs.
Okay.
How much was it?
Are you
$24 before
a licensed deputy or?
No, I'm not a certified. I'm classified as civilian.
Right,
Civilian.
Screwed, bro.
Okay, that works for the
Yeah, went
sheriff's
over.
department
Yes, sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you, of course, filled out a report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
Plastic. It was
And
plastic.
among
man.
other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon, Ms. Dorvick, you also collected, did you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs,
For that
dependent
sweet,
upon what I'm being requested to swab,
mixer
are
/ cup plus
utilized
gin and
when I'm
juice?
trying to get a possible
I
DNA
heard a
sample
worse
from
deal.
an area.
Heard a worse deal than that.
In this circumstance,
outrageous,
I
bro.
believe I took,
Quarter of $100. Fuck out of here.
if I can just refer to my report,
Please,
Judge.
absolutely.
Outrageous.
Take your time. You can refer to your notes.
Yeah, guys, I wasn't
I don't
fucking.
need to
Hey,
speak for the court,
It came
but
to
I'm pretty confident on
2607
that.
with tax. I'm back alive, baby.
You're back
I
alive.
did
Tax.
take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the defendant. And then for this particular case, I took
Where's Allie when I need her? I've got another expert here in the tech field that is in the buccal camp, not the buckle camp. So, hey, one in Bob's category. Hey, she's like, it's buckle, Bob. It's buckle. I'm like, you know what? Tomato, 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 potato, potato.
touch DNA swabs, which meaning I was swabbing specific areas that the defendant's counsel had advised me that I needed to swab in accordance to find maybe possibly some of Mr. Benefield's DNA. I believe I swabbed several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those areas that you
course you did,
swabbed
CW, you're
include
brilliant.
Ms. Benefield's hands?
Missy's another buccal. I like it. I like it.
I did swab her forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think you referred to that as touch DNA.
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether
my God,
or
Allie
not
just did it
a
again.
particular individual may have touched Ashley
Taryn,
Benefield
that was an
in
accident.
those areas
What
that
happened?
you swabbed.
She just hit Taryn Dusty.
If she can answer.
Allie did?
Overruled.
Yes.
Allie,
You may
you
answer.
can hear this.
It is possible, yes.
So, yeah,
Okay.
you're hiding comments,
And
putting people
in this
timeouts,
instance,
like you're running
by
rampant.
what you just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms
We
to
love you,
check
Joni.
to
Thank
see
you.
if Douglas Benefield had touched her on that particular day.
I believe it was just to see if any touch DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas
Wait a
Benefield be,
second. She came up here sniveling that I called her out. It's a 50-50 proposition. There's plenty of people that say buckle.
Google, and then I switched to Buckle after you and I investigated it.
Well, listen, you know, the preeminent now deceased forensic pathologist Werner Spitz said it was rigor mortis. So whenever I say rigor, people are like whispering, like, this fucking idiot doesn't know how to say rigor mortis. And I'm like, wow. I mean, I just had the guy telling me how to pronounce it. So I'm like, but it brings that question, and then we'll get right back to this compelling testimony. If everybody pronounces a word, shouldn't that mispronouncement actually become how the word is pronounced? Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, because that sounds like something.
Okay,
more
Jay, when you used to play Monopoly as a young lad and you were collecting your railroads, the one that started with an R, how did you pronounce it?
Reading?
Right, and it's Reading. If you go to Reading, Pennsylvania, it's reading. I always pronounced it reading.
literally Reading.
But it's literally reading, because Redding would be Reading. Reading is reading, my friend. In the entire world. Wow, this one giving me stat. Excuse me, it's about
I'm hiding under the comment. I'm hiding under the comment.
Jay's hiding under the comment. All right, I want to hear about it in the chat. If everybody in the world mispronounces the way something is pronounced and it's not phonetic, doesn't the correct pronunciation become what the crowd says it is, right?
No.
It does, clearly.
You can rename someone whatever.
Apparently, you can rename Reading as reading or reading as Reading. Apparently, you can do that. Everyone from the Midwest that ever played Monopoly called that Reading Railroad. Ned Smith, you're wrong. Hold on. Wait, I got to figure out how to put Ned in timeout. Kidding. All right, let's go. Let's see what's happening. Oh, Allie's still deleting messages.
I
on a
don't know
rampage.
for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against too.
Okay, so you swab it, it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
Excellent.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed?
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas.
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending him off to compare with Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to
Haven's trying to
see
get all tricky
whether
here.
or not scientifically
Past
there's
tense.
going to be evidence that
Trying to bring tenses
someone
into the argument,
may have
Jay.
touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect?
Oh, 1 second, Ron.
Now, Bernard Fitz was very, very clear. Rigor mortis. The body is still in rigor mortis.
Storbeck, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page where you begin listing the areas that you swabbed?
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I
suspects.
missed that.
Miss Bennett, yeah,
Yes.
Miss Benefield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right
we got
hand, the
news
left
for 'em.
hand, the right wrist, the left
Reading,
wrist,
Pennsylvania.
the right forearm, and the left forearm.
I don't care what.
Yes, the forearms and wrist were one swab individually on both arms. And then, yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swabs after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, can the witness be released? State?
Yes.
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked. So you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with the attorneys or anyone else, any other witnesses. You're not to talk with any witnesses about their testimony or other evidence. You're not to watch or hear anything about the proceedings until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been discharged.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go. All right, State, call your next witness.
State would call Amanda Conlon.
Hello, ma'am. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about to 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice right into it. And you should be able to hear everything. We hear you breathing, you know you're too close. All right?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, Conlon.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
And have you been, what is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No.
What'd you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
And do you continue to receive trainings if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And in the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math.
Wow.
7:37 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you got there at 8:28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And was law
It was a
enforcement
math
already on
day.
scene?
Yes.
Just
And
because I
did
don't
you-
know.
Math ain't mathin'.
How do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. So since I was the on-call person, Sergeant Moss was the one who actually called me out that night.
And when you arrived there, without telling me what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence on the street of where the crime scene tape was. And when the search warrant arrived, then I was able to enter the residence.
And prior to entering the residence at 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
And why'd you go over there?
There was a firearm that I needed to collect.
And tell me about that. Where was the firearm?
When I arrived, Detective Ackerman was outside the residence with the firearm, which was in a paper bag.
And was it secured, I guess?
He secured it, yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a Springfield .45 caliber.
And when you got there, had it already been unloaded or was it still?
It was still, the magazine was still loaded.
And it did in fact have bullets in it?
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
On scene that night, I secured it in my van, locked in my van.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm first going to show you states 31, 32, and 33. Will you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize them.
And how you recognize them?
Those are my photographs that I took of the gun that was next door.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict it as you found it on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter 31, 32, and 33.
Any objection?
No.
Received?
Thank you. And may I publish them?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, there's a pointer there. I don't think you'll need it at this point, but if you do, I'm going to show you first states 31. What's the purpose of this picture?
That is the next door neighbor's house. So I'm showing the address.
And I'll show you states 32. Is that how you found the firearm that day or that evening?
Yes.
And are those potentially Detective Ackerman's feet there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the front porch of that same address?
Yes.
And then states 33.
That's the firearm.
And the slide is back in this firearm, in this picture. Was that done by the detective prior to you getting it from him?
Yes.
Thank you. I can't get it to close. And Ms. Conlon, I left an item there with you. It is states 13. Would you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it?
I pronounce sausage as sausage.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Sausage.
It's
Up bears.
That bear's sausage. Mini dip
it's the
that
box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on this side of it.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look inside? It's open. Yep.
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received?
Thank you.
Pop is very Midwest.
Would it be okay if the deputy just walked in front of the?
Yes, I would prefer that.
Abe Froman, Chicago. B.
You're Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago.
Remember that ratty little Mater D?
Of course.
That guy? Oh
Of
my
course.
God. What a great role. Wow. Haven coming in hot.
Nice.
Thank you, deputy. After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Close.
Yes. Okay.
Close, man.
And what is your what do you do when you enter when you are processing
I'm
the
down with
scene? You
that.
said you'd already taken outside photos.
Yes.
And so, what's the next step?
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And then as I continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so, do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
No, that's
Kind of. I'm going to show you states 34.
that's what Jay calls charcuterie
It'll
board.
take you a
too.
minute, but if you'll go through each of those.
Babe, are you gonna order the cootie board? The what board? The cootie board.
Get me the cootie board now.
Did you get the guy a treat? What'd you get him? Wait, we have a ton of those. He loves those green ones. He knows. He knows. Switching shit up on the guy. Hey, can I get a coochie board? Let me get one of those coochie boards, eh? Hey, hey. Sir, come again? Yeah, you know, you heard me, the coochie board. Sir, that sounds very, very exotic and a little bit out of our purview here.
I need you to take yourself out of our business, Cans. How dare you, sir? You're out of order. What's going on? I'm not even.
I know, we've all drifted off.
We really have.
It's never a good sign for the state when we've all drifted off into.
Bob, did you see the new emoji there that Tracy made of the shot glasses with the Defense Diaries logo on? Check it out. It's awesome.
No, I'm not.
You looked at them all?
Yes. Just
And do you recognize states 34 through 82?
I do.
And
Oh,
how
right,
do you
you can't
recognize
see-
them?
you can't
Those
see
are
in
the
there.
photographs I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the home as it was when you documented it and then collected evidence back in September of 2020?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16 is laying there. You kind of were describing the layout.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that?
It's so
Yes.
exciting.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the residence.
And does it depict the portion of the residence we are going to discuss this afternoon?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter
Oh, is it
states
this little
16
guy?
and states 34 through 82.
Any objection? They'll all be
Is that
received.
it?
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
I can't. Yes, that's
Yes,
it. You
ma'am.
got it.
So small. it's
And Ms.
amazing.
Conlon, would that
Hey-o.
sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in
Thanks,
describing the
Tracy.
house as we walk through it?
Amazing.
Yes.
Was it Dizzy or
And can you
Tracy?
take a look at this
Tracy.
blow up
Tracy,
and
you
tell
rock.
me if it is an accurate depiction of
Dizzy,
state
you rock
16?
too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to reposition yourself as you need to get a clear view of what's going on.
I've decided the shitbird emoji does not get nearly enough love here. I want you guys to start rocking that thing way more.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
'Cause we see plenty of shitbirds in these trials.
Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house, through your pictures and this
Good.
sketch if you don't mind. Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is in this
Right
picture?
Boring.
Or the sketch, sorry.
Right there.
Okay.
Garage.
And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
And I walked through here.
And I'm gonna steal those pictures. I'm gonna start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
And that's a U-Haul truck.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35.
Oh,
What is this?
This is still
Tennis girl.
the driveway. And this is one of the
PayPal, let me
storage
check.
pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Correct.
This is states 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing right in the entranceway of the garage.
And then states 37. What do we see here?
Still the garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in the middle of states 37?
So that's the hallway. And then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And
Oh, I
states
did.
38 is this
Thank you,
this
Tennis Girl
laundry room we were just
101.
discussing?
PayPal. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
Not happening, Joni.
And did you enter that bedroom and
watch. Get
document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that states 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a small mattress and there were some items in the closet.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway and there's the second bedroom.
And we're going to come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is states 40. What area are we looking at here?
You're in the living room right now.
And this, we're going to have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay. So that's on the right side of this picture?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this picture states 41?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in states 42, where are you standing now when you take states 42?
Mia.
So I'm standing in the living room and I'm closest
I didn't
to
see
the
Jay
kitchen,
slip down
like right
those
in this
shades,
area.
and then I looked over there. When I first looked, I
And
thought it
did
was
you
Dan.
document the kitchen?
Yes.
For when I want
And-
to take a little snoozle, you won't know. You
Where
can't
is
see.
this?
Dan.
Was
how
this a
did you get in
pantry
here?
in states
Danny?
43?
Yes.
I'm talking to
And where
Dan
is
and
it?
It's right there.
Buzz.
And then
The other half.
this is
tandem.
this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today. Is that right?
Correct.
Where is there something past the kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Yes. There's a master bedroom and bathroom in this area.
And did you go
Thinking
back
of
and
a master
document that room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
Just couldn't spit out that evidentiary.
Once you walked through the whole home and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch, do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 44. Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
So that's blood, and that's the entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And just to be clear, the wood part would be the bedroom and the tile would be the hallway?
Correct.
And then is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
Good tip for our
And-
favorite folks.
Were you made aware of what that smear was from or that blood mark?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was from the victim being dragged out to be worked on.
And did it go all the way? Did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where did it end?
It ended at the front door.
And I'll show you states 46. I think it's a little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then what bedroom is this?
This is once again in the same bedroom.
And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And so what are we looking at here?
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there in the middle.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you
So,
go.
yeah.
Thank you. And that states 47. Oh. The state's 48. There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes.
And what is that we're looking at the base of?
That's the closet.
And then this is states 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner as best I can.
Thank you. And this is states 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner and then I'm starting to focus
got
in
all
on the
kinds of
casings
crew
that
up
are
in
in the room.
Michigan right now.
And
Cyber sleuth.
after you've
Guy's gonna
gone
be
through
up there
these
next
pictures, do you
week.
later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Y'all should have a
Yes.
powwow.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Together, hang
Yes,
out.
I'll come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is states 52. That's that same room we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in states 51, we can see that next to the room is marker number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in. What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
Okay. And so at at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
This computer is killing me. And then in states 53, where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5 4 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
And states 54 accomplishes what I tried to accomplish a moment ago. These are the closer up pictures of 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. Will you take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They've got my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6? Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's a casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir. Well,
No, I just need to just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
thank you.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Boring.
Huh? Oh my God. Allie doesn't know what the Hot Pockets reference is.
Oh my Lanta, what?
It's a little bit we do. It's a little bit. If you watch some of our content, you'll figure it out. Dick move.
You got them all, Deputy? All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. I'll show you states 56. We see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in states 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
Oh, what the hell?
Take a look at states 9 and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
And how you recognize it.
It's my last name, my ID, and my CO.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 9.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're looking back out of the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is states 58. And we see a marker we have not seen before in the middle there. Well, a couple. But that first one in the hallway.
Check the leading.
I'll sustain. She can explain.
Thank you. Can you tell me which markers you see in this picture?
So going out into the hallway towards the front door is 13, 14, 15.
And would you point to them if you don't mind with that laser pointer?
Right there, there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker, or is there any other markers besides number 6 and the ones you just discussed?
Number 7.
Okay. And what were you documenting with number 7?
A projectile hole.
And this is states 59. Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you. And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to the projectile after it went through number 7?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to figure that out?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom's door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
A trajectory rod? Yes.
And did you use that in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you state 60. And if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters. So that's an entryway. Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile's right there at 11 in the door frame.
Thank you. And did you document the path that it took?
I did.
Okay. So that was state 60, if I didn't state it for the record. This is state 61.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry. 8 is an exit. So that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you. And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
Its path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door. So that's what number 9 is labeling.
Thank you. And
Shannon,
this in state
where you been?
63?
So that's the same cabinet door. And this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And this is state 64 for perspective. Will you show us, just point to where states, the marker 10 is?
Right there.
10, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 10.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile ended up.
And state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
That is, it's been dug out, so that's just showing that it came out and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 8. Same questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed it from the wall back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 8.
No objection. Received?
I'm going to show you state 68. Can you tell me what you're documenting here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in the living room, dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same ones?
Yes.
You only use each number once.
Correct.
Thank you. And this door, what is the door in the middle of this picture?
That's the front door.
And then state 69, what do we see here?
So I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So it would be right in this area. So that's 17 and 18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would
Yes.
you mind?
Right in this area.
Thank you. Did you locate any other projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it? Where was it, one or more?
It's one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living room.
And did you document that with photos?
I did.
I'm gonna show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is the living room and it's right by the front door. So it's and this is the front door. So it's right here in this area. So there's the window. So it's right there.
Thank you.
Who?
And what is this
Who
item
name?
in state 71, if you know?
It's like some kind of shelving.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
The path that the projectile took.
And can you just point to the jury what you used?
Right there, and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
And you collected it?
I did.
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 10.
No objection.
Received?
And may I have the deputy pass 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You still hiding, Bob?
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Conlon, did you find any firearms in this home?
I did.
And I want to show you states 49. We previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
The backpack that's in the closet.
And did you search that backpack?
I did.
And did you document that search?
I did.
And so this is state 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is state 74. Is this the driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Benefield.
Thank you. And what do we see here in state 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 76. And let me ask you first, what kind of firearm was it?
It was a Sig Sauer 380.
And in state 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can zoom in if you, maybe. To be sure, or give you the other picture. Is that the Sig Sauer?
It is.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is. There's a basket, and it's in that basket.
And so now, sorry. State 77. Is that the same Jiffy or Jif?
Yeah.
Okay. And 78.
The basket's been taken down to a lower shelf, and then the firearm's in there.
And did you also later document this firearm on some brown paper?
I did.
And in state 79, is that what we see?
Yes.
And what kind of firearm was that?
It was a Springfield 9mm.
Thank you. Did you collect, and I'm sorry, let's go back to the SIG that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in this picture, can you tell us what all we see in this picture?
It's been secured. So if the slide is back, this is the magazine. So there was 1 in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
And they're still in the magazine at this point?
Correct.
Thank you. And I know you already said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you. Just don't want to get them confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the home?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you states 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it?
I did.
Your name, person clerk.
Yes.
Yeah, let's grab it. Ms. Conlon, I'm showing you states 11. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that the phone we see? I'm sorry, what is it?
It is the cell phone that's on the couch.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with this case number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than possibly some paperwork being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
The state would ask to enter states 11.
No objection.
Received?
Thank you. And how many phones did you collect?
2.
And where was the second phone?
In the garage.
And what do we see here in states 81?
So it's a shelf. So it's right outside, going back to the garage. So it's a shelf that's right here at the entryway into the house. So there was a shelf area.
And is that same phone depicted in states 82?
Yes.
I'm showing you states 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The case number, what kind of phone it was,
And
the date that this occurred.
thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 12.
No objection.
Received.
Once you collected these phones, what did you do with them?
Everything was secured back in the lab once I cleared the scene, but these two phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Blazinski.
Thank you. His last name?
Blazinski.
Thank you.
You just call him Ski.
Other than after what we've just gone through from September 27th, were you later asked to do something else in this case?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on October 1st.
And what were you asked to do?
To photograph Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where did that take place?
In our CID.
And I'm going to show you states 83, 84, and 85. You haven't seen these today. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photos I took of Ashley.
And do they appear, or do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
No objection.
Received.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
So this was after the night that everything occurred. And I know Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days. So that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches. Yes.
I'm going to show you states 83. What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show who I'm taking a picture of.
And did you observe any injuries to Miss Benefield's face or neck?
I did not.
And then states 84.
So that's the scratches.
And just for orientation purposes, that's the right side of her body.
Yes.
Thank you. And states 85.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back. It's hold on, I gotta see this real quick. I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you. And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with co-counsel?
Of course.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions? Do you have any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Conlon. I don't have any other questions.
No other questions. Bob is using a new feature folks don't know about with YouTube, AI moderators. So that's not Bob typing, folks. That's the AI moderator.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you need any of the displays?
I'd like to just take a moment, Your Honor, and look through the pictures.
I'm going to have the AI moderator blippity blip if they're behind. I'm sure the AI moderator will be able to do that.
You break it, you buy it.
AI moderator, can you flippity bloop flip this thing? Oh, all right. I tried, guys. Bob snapping. This is like when the robot was versus the white in the paper contest. Wait, was Scout here?
So, Mr. Taylor, would you like me to leave that on, or would you like me to get that out of your way?
You can pull it up.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
You took more pictures on that day than were actually introduced here this afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Let me pass this one to you and see if it's one of the photographs that you took. May I, Your Honor? May I approach?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Okay. State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, Byers. It is her, and it's her concealed weapons firearm license.
Okay. And is it an accurate reproduction, just like all the other photographs that you took on that day?
Yes.
We move respectfully, Your Honor, and introduce it as defense exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No, I recognize the state police, we have no objection.
Thank you. Received.
I want.
Is that one, I'm sorry, so has that already been marked?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
We pre-marked all of them.
thank you.
Ms. Conlon, I want to just concentrate for a moment on the cell phone that you said that was on the couch that you recovered.
Yes.
Let me just try to refresh your recollection as to whether or not that cell phone, rather than being on the couch, was in the couch.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, it was originally in the couch, and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
The crime scene photographs that you took, I want to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So what your photographs tell us, correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Correct.
It's not necessarily the way the scene was prior to the time you snapped your photograph.
Correct.
So in other words, the broom, just as an example, that was in one of the photographs, that broom may very well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Benefield, trying to assist him.
Yes, that's possible.
And that could apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Benefield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
The blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct, yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is it Deputy Conlon or
No, I'm a civilian.
crime scene?
Yes, crime scene.
Or Ms. Conlon?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second one is on October 12th of 2020.
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you under type of case noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, all you know is that somebody died as a result of what happened there.
Correct.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
I do not know.
That's why you call it a homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
Sorry, no, just 1 second. I don't have anything else, Judge. Thank you.
No? All right. Hold on 1 second. Can she be released? Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Conlon, you were
Your
not
Honor, I
released
would
from your
like-
trial.
I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
You were not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony here today with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You can't talk about it with any other witnesses. You can't talk with witnesses about what they testified about or what questions were asked of them. All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we publish defense exhibits, please?
Wait,
Absolutely, yes.
that too. That's his.
Yes, defense 2.
Just a photograph.
Well, hold on, but the deputy has something else in his hand.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his,
That's yours.
yes.
All right.
Thank you.
And we'll publish 2. And Ms. Conlon, there's a lot of stuff flying around. Just look through your file, make sure that.
That I did not.
Yeah.
Make sure you check for hot pockets. Did you leave any hot pockets on the witness stand? Hot pockets.
Everything's yours?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again.
That should be very tense.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, while they're looking at defense 2, go ahead and approach.
That's what I'd expect, Amy. Like, can
Bob,
you
you could-
imagine going 40 years in a marriage and never, ever farting in front of your spouse? I was like, wait a second. Like, you guys are laying in bed and like you got to fart. So like you creep out of bed and like go into the bathroom and silently fart. I'm like, what? Think about that, dude. 40
Bob,
years.
while you all think about the farting, you could blippity blip here, Bob. We're a little bit.
Oh, should I bloop?
Was she a ninja? Maybe she was a ninja. Was she a ninja?
Blooping. Hold on. I got to bloop. I got to
You
get
could blippity.
I got to get to the blooper though. Hold on. I got to get over to my blooping screen. I currently have the chat up on our channel here. Hold on. I'm working on it. I'm going to bloop. Everyone.
Because I have a
be
spoiler
aware.
alert. This is the last witness today.
Yeah, baby.
But
Yeah.
they are going to do some stuff. It appears though after they.
I called it. Blah, 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 blah.
And talking with the attorneys, we're right on time. We're doing great.
Doing great, Jay.
There's some couple legal matters
Thank
that
you,
I
Judge
need to
Gaffigan.
address. before we go to tomorrow, just to kind of smooth things out and make sure the presentation doesn't take up too much of your time and it's as smooth as possible. And I think what I prefer to do is go ahead and let you all go for the evening now. And then we're going to stay and work. I don't want you to think we're going to run home right now. We're going to stay and work, talk about tomorrow, and get it all worked out so we can hit the ground running tomorrow. Now, I had originally said that tomorrow morning I might need to start late because I had court.
Hot Pockets.
That resolved itself, but I think we're still moving along pretty good. So I think we're going to look for a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow. So if you could be downstairs in the jury assembly room.
I am going to be portaling all the folks that joined us.
7:45, 8:45.
Michael Bryant.
That should be plenty of time. The deputies will come get you.
Linda Kenny Bates.
Is anybody thinking tomorrow?
Kind of make sure.
Okay.
That one right.
Do you know if everybody's been
it's
released?
I'm going to portal them all the check.
Okay. I was just checking because a lot of times we'll pick juries on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I was just checking to see if there's going to be a whole bunch of people down there. The clerk says probably not. So you probably have the room to yourself. If there are people there for civil juries or something like that, if you all could kind of stay generally in the same area, sit right next to each other. But that way we kind of know where everybody's at. So you're free to go for the evening. Maybe beat the traffic. But remember, please,
love
last
a judge
night,
concerned
you got
about the
home,
traffic. I would
family
love
and
this
friends
guy.
at work was probably asking
Beat the
how's it
traffic.
going.
He's a considerate
You got
man.
to say, hey,
He is.
I don't know
Love
anything
him.
yet. We haven't done opening statements. All we do is pick the jury. But now you've heard some testimony. So at this point, it's going to become even more important for you to follow these rules of no discussion amongst yourselves, no discussions about the case with anyone outside of this room, and make sure you try and avoid the news or don't, look at your favorite websites, but try to avoid doing any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics that you've heard anything about. Remember too, I don't know about you, but my fingers and my toes are pretty cold, so dress warm or dress appropriate so you can come and adjust as you need. I don't know if anybody brought snacks, but as you see, we have breaks throughout the day. So if you do want to bring something, they can bring coolers in, can't they?
I'll discuss that with them.
Okay, they'll discuss that with you because I want you to be able to bring in snacks as you need. All right, you're all set for the evening. We'll see you back here. Yes, please leave the notes. Those must stay here. If you just put them face down on your chairs, the deputies will pick them up and we'll hand them back out tomorrow. All right, we'll see you in the morning. You too. Yeah. Okay, you all can have a seat. Yeah, I was also going to say it's only been about an hour since the last break, but does anybody want to step out for a minute?
I would like to.
Okay.
No, let's go.
I'll take a 5-minute break though. That way, if do you guys want to stretch your legs?
I gotta go grab a hot pocket. Warm one up in my chambers.
Do we have 2 Joe Schmoes in the chat? We have 2 Joe Schmoes in
What are
the
the
chat. Yeah.
odds?
What are the odds?
One ends with an E, I believe. I think there's a Joe Schmo with a C or SCHO MOE.
Yeah, there's definitely
and just MO. Wow, this is a mystery. What are the odds of having 2 Joe Schmoes? Joe Schmo. I don't see the other Joe Schmo. I only see the one Schmo.
There's one with that ends with an E, and there's one that ends with just an O.
Oh my God. Where's the E? I haven't seen the E. I'm scrolling up.
Just if you're are you on your, if you got to go into the Joe Schmo with an E has a dog, Avi, and Joe Schmo without the E has just a J. So we got 2 in here.
The Schmoes. It's all about the Schmoes.
Yeah, this judge, I was just putting in the chat, like of the trials I've covered, he's got to be top 5. I got Judge Newman, obviously number 1, the Honorable Judge Clifton Newman. Love Judge Boyd, which was separate. She was like a docket that we covered. Do love Judge Everett from Adelson. I'm trying to think. I know a lot of people
Judge
are big.
Boyce. We like Judge Boyce from.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Shag
Judge
the
Boyce
Ball.
was very good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are a fan of Judge Darrow. I never covered a trial other than a little bit of.
I
what's his
mean, I'm
name,
just a
that
fan of
lunatic.
she's the smoke show. Like I'm a fan of her smoke showedness. You know, she could be a complete shit judge, but
she was good from what I saw with what's his name, Darryl Brooks. Darryl Brooks, that's who it was.
Hot judge alert. Yeah,
I've covered a lot, Joe Schmo. I'm trying to. That's a good question. I wonder how many all together I've covered. That's
Schmo with the E is eating Maui onion pretzels right now. Delicious. Or is
what's his name was pretty good, but he was a little too long winded. The guy was like Morgan Freeman from Michelle Troconis. He just would talk to. He was good.
Oh
but
yeah,
he just would like go on long.
I liked him
tangents.
early on. Because we did a little dual streaming with the Troconis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked him. But yeah, he was very verbose. He was very verbose. Oh yeah, I think the other Joe Schmo is on an airplane, Bob and Jay. I think
Randolph,
you're
right?
I remember.
Oh yeah.
Remember Joe Schmo saying something about traveling today. So this is the other Joe Schmo. Or maybe the other Joe Schmo is the other Joe Schmo. It's hard to know which Joe Schmo is the Joe Schmo.
The Joe Schmo with the dog is the one on the trip. But Bob, if you hit the live, I think they're live.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh,
nice
it's
thing
not
about
fun
us
as
being a little
booping.
behind.
It's not as fun booping. I like the boop.
They re-listen to it.
No,
They wouldn't get it.
they will not.
Okay. I can always get confused.
You know what?
Listen to it in the courtroom. I'll just leave them. If we don't use them, we don't.
Yeah, I just, for your edification, for everybody here's edification, and I meant to tell the jury this, and it's on my list, and I forgot. The boiled water notice was extended to Wednesday.
Yes.
So
Oof.
continue to bring your bottled water
Oof.
or your sodas or your coffees or whatever it is. And I meant to tell the
Got some
jury.
water issues, bro.
It's okay, because what's today, Tuesday?
Yes.
Oh, it is Tuesday. Hopefully.
10 a.m. tomorrow.
It's
All
10
he's
a.m.
thinking
tomorrow?
is,
Okay, well,
thank
that's not
God
so
we can
bad.
survive on
That's
Hot
not so bad.
Pockets.
Okay.
That's all he's thinking. May not
So
be able to
it's
drink
the,
water.
it's the pond out
You can't
back.
eat Hot Pockets.
You know, I get thirsty.
And then,
Yes, and he's a
thank you very
pepperoni
much,
pizza,
sir. I did
Hot
get
Pocket
your
guy.
amended witness list. It helps me
Hot
keep
ham and
track
cheese,
as we
maybe.
go. My notes are that, this is for everybody's knowledge, Deputy Barley,
Burley. I was saying that wrong.
CST Dvorak, CST Conlon, and Eva Benefield have not been released from their trial subpoenas. So I know you all know what that means, but you need to make sure your witnesses, because some of these folks, either they're also employed at the sheriff's office or they may know each other, and they are strictly prohibited from having conversations with each other.
I'll speak to them.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about
Joe Schmo.
You had some
What's happening
some
here?
motions, and I said objections
Oh.
earlier, but they could also be
the same
motions
Joe
in limine regarding
We're gonna have to start quizzing
Barbara
this Joe
Russell
Schmo to
and
see.
Alicia Byers.
It's about to be a Joe Schmo quiz.
So I thought we had pretty much established that we weren't going to vet the child abuse investigation. Nonetheless,
Is Amy out?
opening statement,
Where's Amy going?
the state clearly
Gotta run.
down
We'll see
that
us
road,
She gone? Bye,
to the
Amy.
extent of even designating that there were 5 of them. Which
That
now
seems to
puts
be the
us in a
implication.
position to have to respond to that.
We have to go into
unless it
some
turns out to
past
be
live to
a
go into
representation
that
of the
replay and
statement that
look up only
never
things the
materialized.
original Joe Schmo.
Court
will know.
The court emphatically instructed them, what the lawyers say in opening statement is not evidence. So the concerns we have with Alicia Byers and with Dr. Russell
Have a great night,
is that
Amy.
we believe both witnesses' testimony is sought to go to the issue of child abuse. For multiple reasons, 403 of the Florida Evidence Code being merely one, And I don't need to re-argue this. The court's aware of it. We're all aware of it. The balancing act.
I was just thinking hot pocket.
Potential prejudice.
I see his
We don't
mouth
think
moving,
that
but hot
that should be
pockets.
admissible, and we don't think we should go down that rabbit hole. In
Judge,
addition,
I apologize for interrupting. I do not intend to ask either one of them about the topic. And if it helps, the reason I said 5 complaints was, it's my belief that that comports with your ruling on what Detective Moreland testified
What do you think, Jay? I don't know.
So that's why I represented
Does that pass the
It
stink
wasn't
test?
Might be an AI
the
Joe Schmo. You
information
never
on
know.
the
Oh,
well, that certainly helps my argument, Judge.
I mean, if that's
I
true,
understand
both Joe
for
Schmoes are
purposes
members.
of Detective Moreland, is that the court is willing to allow him to testify as to the criminal aspect.
Exactly,
of
Karen.
his
We're gonna have
involvement.
to award your
Be aware
Joe Schmo.
that deputies
You're ready to
do
take a
not
stand,
conduct
Joe.
an investigation. They merely accompany the CPT or DCF representatives to protect them for their personal safety. There is no criminal investigation, so I point this out to you, Honor, in anticipation
That's a real
of when
instigator.
Deputy Morgan does come to take the stand. If the state doesn't plan to go into anything having a relationship to the allegations of child abuse, then I don't know that we need to go any further to discuss that it was, whether it's collateral or it doesn't.
I like where your
relate
head's
to
at, Christine.
material element of the offense.
Jade, great point. Joey Schmoey.
And
Loopy
let me just
bloopy.
clarify, that argument relates to Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers.
Which survivors, yes, and it may in fact relate to Deputy Moreland. Once I get a chance to hear him
the
about
real
his
Joe
actual
Schmo flying to? It
participation,
seems like
not whether or
hours.
not he's just there to,
They going
for
to
safety
Hawaii?
purposes, to protect the DCF representative.
And I can just represent, I mean, you can board iron if you'd like, but I can represent to you that he did his own independent criminal investigation.
Gee, I never thought
he
Jay would
and
pick
the-
Georgia.
the DCF
Never
or
thought that in a
CPT people
million
all
years.
Together.
Never
they
would have
all have
guessed
their
that was his
goals.
favorite
I
prosecutor.
fanboyed Creighton Waters too, though.
He did investigate.
Until I made fun of
I
him.
like Georgia way more than Creighton.
Who would he be investigating?
Like-
Who would be investigating?
I mean,
the target
Murdoch
of the
stole
complaint?
millions of dollars
What
from his
relevance would
second
that
dying
have
clients.
to
Like, that
actually
was like the
benefit?
biggest.
What I
ever seen.
envisioned from
Still
all of
do.
this was
What?
I was allowing Detective Moreland to testify consistently with what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. That there were 5 complaints made. I think I allowed the month and the year. The alleged perpetrator being Doug Benefield. An investigation was conducted. The general allegations were, and whatever they were, and that the cases were closed with no action.
Facts.
Exactly what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. And then I did not allow Kim Griffin. Remember that? That's the one from CPS. Was she going to be an expert? Then it was no, she's not going to be an expert. But we want her to testify about those same 5 complaints from the CPS aspect, that they were investigated and they were closed with no action. And that's where my ruling was no, because I think under 403 that allowing both of them to testify, and I completely understand that this is criminal, Moreland, right? If we have a silo, Moreland is criminal, 5 criminal investigations. Griffin is CPS, civil, 5 investigations. But my ruling was under 403, I thought allowing both of them to go into it could confuse the jury, mislead the jury into thinking, well, there were 10 investigations. So that's why I made the ruling I did. if you're asking me to revisit that because I would allow Detective Moreland to testify that there were these 5 complaints that were forwarded to him. Is he CAC?
Yes.
So he was CAC at the time. They were investigating, in the information I gave.
How can I, if that comes out, how can I not bring out on cross that 2 of those complaints were from independent third parties, 2 professionals?
Well, I did not allow them to go into who made the complaints. That was the subject of a prior motion where I said, no, you cannot go into who actually made the complaints. The state is prohibited from going into that.
And I won't ask for names, I won't look for identifications, but I think I'm certainly entitled to show that it wasn't just Ashley Benefield.
And I don't know if he knows that or not, because I don't think that question was raised at the stand your ground hearing or any of the motions I've covered. It might have been covered in a deposition, so I'm not aware of it, but I don't know if he even knows who made the complaints.
I don't know that he does.
I'm hard pressed to believe he conducted 5 criminal investigations and he doesn't know that 2 of the complaints came from the pediatrician and the psychologist.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to open Pandora's box. I'm just saying I personally don't know. So you may want to talk to him tomorrow before he testifies, or maybe it was in the deposition. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's my ruling as of right now. Moreland can testify. Griffin can't. He can testify about those 5 criminal investigations that came to him as part of the CAC unit.
Joe Schmo's leaning in.
And the information that I allow. They want to get into more, you want less. So that's where it's not a compromise, but I think that's the correct legal ruling.
So now I have a second motion.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell are not being called for purposes of child abuse, what possible relevance could they have to this?
I have no idea.
Why?
So is this the similar motion they filed a motion in limine for me to force you to proffer your expert? Are you now motioning for me to force them to proffer theirs?
No, because if you would have granted theirs, then I would have said yes, but you denied theirs.
Goose and gander, but no, I denied it because I don't think there's any basis for that.
Okay. So I just want to alert the court that I'm going to be on guard for that, and there's going to be some objections potentially.
Understood. And it happens all the time where depositions have been taken or reports have been written or affidavits have been done, and you can file motions in limine to limit or restrict certain areas, but I don't have any of that in front of me.
Okay.
The last thing I heard about anybody was I granted the request to depose Russell, and I haven't heard anything since then. So, well, what else can we talk about this evening before I let you go?
Nothing.
We're ready.
I have one small thing. We did do a stipulation for the ID of the victim.
Sure.
I think it's not an issue in this case. Nobody's objecting or arguing, but I just wanted that to be a part of the record.
All right.
I think she wants me to fingerprint it also, Judge.
I'm sorry, sir?
I think she wants my fingerprint on it as well.
If you would bear with me, Miss Benefield, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right. I just want to ask you about this trial stipulation that was just handed up. It's got the case style at the top, trial stipulation, and here's what it says. It is hereby stipulated and agreed by and between the parties that the identity of the deceased victim is Doug Benefield, white male, date of birth 10/2/61, a human being. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. None of this is dated. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. It has Ms. O'Donnell's signature, and it purports to have your signature right above your name and the word defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm not going to ask a lot of questions, but essentially, ma'am, do you understand that at trial, the state has to prove certain elements? One of those elements is that Doug Benefield is deceased and is deceased. They'll have other things they need to prove. But you understand by entering into this stipulation, you're basically saying you don't have to prove that state. The defense is agreeing that the deceased victim in this case is Doug Benefield.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Fair enough. That's all I wanted to confirm. So I've got this. I'm going to give it to the clerk so she can stamp it in. and then you all tell me when you want the stipulation read, and I already have the
mystery,
the limiting instruction or the instruction about
will the real Joe
stipulations.
Schmo please
And I don't
stand
even know
up?
if we need to read it.
Please stand up.
Okay, maybe we could read it during Dr. Vega just to be certain, but.
I will let you prosecute and defend your case. Let you see fit. Okay. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Hey, listen. So I'm not sure that I need to have you here at 8:30. It sounds like it's worked out, and
Do I hear 9 o'clock?
looks like it's going to be 9.
Do I?
Over my objection. No, I have bond hearings. I ended up not having any bond hearings, and I don't have any case managements for tomorrow. Next week I do.
Yes, 9 o'clock.
But 9 o'clock start, so maybe 8:50,
8:55.
8:55, getting all set up.
Okay.
All right, deal.
All right, so there we go. There we go. First day in the books, Jay.
Yes, thank you all for
First
being here. I'll set up my
day.
stream for 8:50 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, as we heard.
8:50 over in J-Bo Nation. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Won't you be mine? I'm excited. I'm excited. So today a little slow. You know, it's like early on in any trial, you're going to get the mandatory witnesses that you need to have on, especially from the state side of it, where you're going to have first responders. You know, I got a little, I was optimistic that Ava would be potentially explosive for the state. Not so much. I always thought the defense would handle her with kid gloves, but she didn't really testify to much other than the fact that, you know, her father took her by complete surprise by telling her out of the blue that he had gotten married after knowing a woman for 13 days. So, you know, which would blow my hair back if I were a young teenager and my mother had just passed a mere 9 months prior. But, you know, as far as what we heard from first responders, nothing that really proved the case, right? We know that the Doug is deceased. We know how he passed. So, you know, I expect that we'll start getting into some evidence. I mean, look, this thing's going to have to be proven through texting, right? It's going to have to be situations where text messages just aren't lining up, or it seems like she's planning something. But I mean, if she was really, really planning it ahead of time, I mean, she's going to have thought of all that shit. I mean, like if she's as nefarious as the state believes that she is, then that concept that she went over and allowed or asked for the neighbor to make the 911 call, you know, that fits in nicely with that. Oh, thanks, Bonnie. Thanks. You should listen to my podcast. It's I'm in full podcast voice during my pods the whole way. So I don't know, man. Like, what are you feeling? What are you feeling?
Well, I think something that'll be interesting is just I know like what expert will testify just as far as you know where the shots went into him, like just his position, because they're obviously trying to get into the fact that the defense is trying to say he hit her, I believe, to her face, and it didn't seem like she had any injuries to her face. But just it'll be interesting to see how they kind of map out how exactly. Again, we've been through a trial where they try to map out how it happened, and we had no fucking clue, at least from the state goes, how it really happened. So I'm very curious to see like what if there's going to be a witness who comes in who kind of like you know, Dr. Kenny Kinsey and Murdoch, where came in and said the bullet went here. This is how they positioned. I'm very curious to see that evidence.
And it'll be interesting to see. Like I haven't heard that they're officially going to be using the battered woman syndrome. I don't think that it sounds like if this was going on, it was way more psychological. You know, it was psychological on her. Just like kind of a feeling of, like, I mean, they're going to have to prove it up somehow, the defense, you know, because him shoulder checking her and kind of being dicky is like, that's going to be a long way for a jury to go. Oh, they did. Okay. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Des. So, I mean, typically when you get that defense, they've had her in front of a doctor that has evaluated her, and that doctor is going to be come in and testify that within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that she is suffering from. I'm going to be curious. You know what I'll really be curious about is if we get into the evaluation that was done pursuant to the divorce / custody case. Those are always interesting because you're hearing from both sides, and you're having both sides cast as much shade as they can with the other one because they're both talking to the same doctor separately, and neither one knows what the other one is saying, and that can really bite people in the ass. You know, it's like I always tell, like if I was handling a divorce, I always tell my clients, I'm like, let them be the asshole. You're going to always be the bigger person, because ultimately, you know, especially when it comes to custody, it's like the judges are always going to lean towards the parent that is more reasonable, the parent that is encouraging the relationship with the other parent, the parent that's sitting there always talking shit, always casting shade, always saying they're terrible at this, always accusing. Like the judges can sniff that out, you know, unless of course it's provably demonstrably true. Unless you have evidence like, okay, well, I know I'm saying this, but the guy's been arrested for 3 DUIs. He's a raging alcoholic. So, you know what I mean? If there's other evidence that you can use to prove up what you're saying, but if it's like most of them where there may not necessarily be law enforcement that was involved in certain circumstances. I mean, it's like, that's the thing with domestic violence. You know, if you have somebody psychologically just battering the hell out of somebody with not laying a finger on them, you know, it's like they're not like those folks aren't calling law enforcement. Like, how do you, you know, I mean, at best you're going to record that person, then you're going to hope to go in to get an order of protection for verbal abuse, you know, but in terms of like involving law enforcement, like yelling, the cops aren't going to do anything. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you know, so, and if that goes on for years, that's always the challenge with domestic violence. It's so insidious and it can be so low key under the radar, you know?
Yeah. For folks who remember, we covered the Becky Bleefnick case, the guy who went on Family, and she told people, and she tried to get some, if I remember correctly, she tried to get some, it doesn't matter. He snuck in and he still did it. And he had a history of like doing that shit. So it's really hard. I know.
Yep. No doubt, dude. No doubt. So yeah, this is gearing up to be a really interesting trial. I know today was a little snow. So, but stick with us. Tomorrow we're over at Jay's bright and early. We'll probably start it at, I imagine 45 or 50, whatever Jay decides leading into it. And then tonight, I've got, if you're not doing anything from 6 till 7 or 5 till 6, depending on where you're at, it's 5 till 6. I'm on Court TV with Michael Ayala tonight. Have no idea what we're going to talk about. I imagine we'll talk about this case a little bit, maybe what happened with Reed yesterday, which was nothing. So I hope not. And then at 6 o'clock, and I'm only going a half an hour because I had to bump them. So, but I'll be with Michael Bryant and Linda Kenny Baden, both wonderful hosts over at Law and Crime. We're going to just talk some current cases. They're going to be promoting their channel. They've got a YouTube channel. They're both great, really bright, really interesting people. So check that out. And then I am going to be portaling all of you. I will set it up properly, I promise this time, into PB as they continue their coverage of the Phil Spector trial, where you can see a very young Alan Jackson prosecuting Phil Spector, and you can see Linda as the defense attorney. So it'll be like an all-star event. So that'll be perfect, a perfect segue to hang with our boys over at PB. And if you haven't, make sure you're subbing over there. We had a great crowd in here today. If you have not subbed over to my brother from another mother over at his channel, please do that. I will be checking. I know what the number was. It was 20,000, and congratulations again
Thank
to my
you.
brother breaking the 20K mark. It's what a huge number, right?
It's cool.
It's amazing, man. It's amazing. So, and it's well deserved. So make sure you're subbing over at Jay's. And mods, thank you so much for
Yes,
hanging with us
mods.
all day on 2 different streams. You're the best. We just couldn't do it without you. And to you guys who hang with us every day in the chat and who just quite simply make up the best chat in the land.
Yes.
We thank you
Thank
for
you,
your
guys.
generosity and hanging with us every day. So that'll do it, my friend. Yeah, you got any closing
No,
words?
Good day one. We appreciate everyone watching with us. Again, you guys are like our advertisers. So if you know people, you could tell that to come join. We know you have other options. I know it, and we appreciate you being here. If you know folks, oh look at Tiffany is here. Who is Josh's wife, and she said during that trial, because Josh was a law clerk for Alan Jackson, you could spot him. So, guys, look for Josh Ritter in that trial tonight on Publicly Buzzed.
The young, fresh-faced Josh Ritter, just looking like $1 million back there. Probably has a real nice tie. Looking fit. Josh always looks fit. Josh always looks fit.
good.
And by the way, get over there to our boy at Courtroom Confidential and make sure you're subbing over there too. He's big time fam, and we love Josh.
Awesome,
so.
yeah.
All right, you guys are the best in the business. We thank you so
everybody.
much for hanging because without you guys, as I always say, we'd just be 2 old bastards. One really, really old bastard, one moderately old bastard, talking about a bunch of cases. We'll talk to y'all next time.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for joining us, J-Bo Nation. Please give all of yourselves an ovation. No, it won't be real long until next time. Oh, J-Bo Nation, there's no place we'd rather be. J-Bo Nation is the place to be. J-Bo Nation is the place to be. J-Bo Nation is the place to be. J-Bo Nation is